Source. 9 items. 1.
Flag is up on the near side. That was the key call there, just onside, because he's the man who's going to follow up and score. De Bruyne. It's just effortless. Not even Doku will catch that one.
No, not on this occasion, but sensational ball from De Bruyne to pick out Doku. He's obviously the one they're told to stay high and wide. They're trying to find him at every single opportunity they can. Just this one, just a little bit too long for him.
He's got De Bruyne playing in quite an advanced role, which is not unusual for him. He often played off Haaland for Manchester City when he was fit last season. Onana and Mangala hold the fort in midfield. Here is Mangala. And De Bruyne is right up there with Romelu Lukaku. Onana comes back to the 20-year-old Dave Bast, who's very highly rated central defender. Carrasco, Onana, here is De Bruyne. He was just caught by Peccari. No prizes for guessing who's going to take this free kick. He turns 33 in 11 days' time. He looked it in the FA Cup final 3 weeks ago, substituted before the hour mark. Didn't really get going at the last World Cup either. This free kick is just a little too long, but all the reports coming out of the Belgian camp are that Kevin De Bruyne is rested and ready. He scored from 35 yards in the first warm-up game against Montenegro on the occasion of his 100th cap, and if he is right, he will be dead right.
Even if he's not right, somebody with that passing ability is always going to cause problems, and when you've got someone like Doku on the right, and Lukaku's pace and power is always going to cause problems passing.
45 minutes in the first warm-up game, 73 minutes in the second. He's been eased into this tournament, Kevin De Bruyne. Wozniak holding it up. He was fouled by Bafas.
Good work from Wozniak, but clever from the back cut. Previous times they've tried to play out from the back, they've dragged Belgium's forwards high up the pitch, and he's just clipped it straight into the striker who's earned his side a free kick.
Volume 15.
Back row. Wozniak again. Quite controlled the layoff that time. Cloudy day in Frankfurt. Temperatures in this part of Germany not as high as they've been in Munich and Berlin. Hansko. Arslan will chase, but he still is in control. Estonia. This is Zino de Bast, he's 6'2", still plays for Anderlecht, a lot of interest in him. The Belgian number 2, said a moment ago, just 20 years of age. De Bruyne, 39. Doku. Jeremy Doku. Anyway, stepped in by Skriniar. Last words, but it's difficult to see Belgium going through the game without scoring. I think Slovakia will be aware of that. Onana. Lukaku. Bruyne. Been benched for that some of this Trossard to De Bruyne. Back into the end for Trossard. He's recovering from Peckering and he's blocking against Trossard and the goal kick.
That's what I mean about Peckering. 37 years of age. Slows Trossard down. And reads the running behind and manages to knock it off Trossard and win inside a goal kick.
I think he sends nothing at this, honestly. Bobby Marek Hamšík has played more times for Slovakia than that man. He'll turn 38 in October. He is the oldest in the squad, but only just. And he played at the 2010 World Cup. So incidentally, Juraj Kucka, number 19, two survivors. The World Cup finals 14 years ago in the Slovakian team. Three, including me. Hansko, Duda. Lana is the player down and in. There's some treatment. Playing alongside Amadou Onana for Everton. What's his very best position in midfield, you think?
He can play number 6, he can play number 10, but I think box to box role, he's got the engine, he's got the legs, he can drive with the ball, he can play few passes. I think that's where he'll end up in a sort of the number 8 box to box sort of midfielding role.
I'm sorry, Everton fans, where he'll end up is probably being offered this part next season. He is a man in the back, and he wants to be. He's made no secret of the fact that he wants to parade his talents during this tournament. Arsenal and Aston Villa are the names that are being mentioned most often in association with 6'4" Amadou Onana.
He's also got about 3 years left in his contract, so he can say what he wants.
So he's got 4 goals in his 2 seasons at Goodison. And that's not a criticism if you see it later. I'm not getting at it. It's too big to get at. This is Trossard. Peckering's got it back. On by Strauss. This is Bojanic. Pass has been forced to concede a pretty cheap corner.
Yeah, again Slovakia forcing Belgium into a turnover. This time down the right hand side and we're in this side of corner.
Harrison will take this corner. That's offering himself a shoulder up, but the two giant central defenders are forward.
With 5 big men that all got in the box.
Yeah, Hansko, the left back, plays at centre back for his club. Interesting move. Through up, and now they move in. But passes alive to it all. Castagne has to take no chances with that. That's conceded the throw in, which Hansko will take. Harrison. I don't know if you've seen that as defensive units this time.
They look to box him in again.
Bojanic. Nana uses his considerable presence to clear his lines. Oh, he's taking a chance. And here's Trossard! Well, it's not an easy skill. It's a very, very relieved Martin Dubravka. There were a couple of defenders back in Trossard's eye line, but that's an escape.
Yeah, I think it's the 3rd warning now. They've got away with each occasion, but listen, if you want to be brave, if you want to play out from the back, these things happen. They have to learn from it, they have to improve. They're still 1-0 up.
They're still playing out from the back. Perhaps a bit locked in this time, I don't blame him. Hansko. Not consolation right now to Andre Duda. In fact, it's Boschnik, isn't it? The striker is down. He's up again. 7 minutes to go for that man to give Slovakia the lead, and that man, the Italian, Francesco Calzona, has got to work out how to manage that lead now. This might not be the best way to do it. They really are playing with fire back there. It's all shot by De Bruyne.
That's the way they play, and they continue to do that. It's got them 1-0 in the lead. It's got them to this tournament. And they're going to keep doing it.
Nice top back nicely. Libero kept short. And the tidies up. Standing to Doku. Push there from Hansko, couldn't quite control the ball. Kunska. Pekarik. Up top well by Schranz. Pekarik has found a cross here. And this is Boschnik. He is a very, very lively 37-year-old.
One. T.
European finalist back in 1980, beaten by a late West German goal on a startlingly hot night in Rome, but it's this recent, sorry to keep using the phrase, golden generation that's actually produced all the most famous names in modern Belgian football history. De Bruyne became the 8th Belgian to a century of caps recently, and all 8 have played together these last 10-12 years. Still 4 of them in this squad, 2 of them in this team. Lukaku and De Bruyne. All of their 7th tournament together, all played in a World Cup semi-final together. Hocker just beating De Bruyne to the ball. Boschnik still got a hold of Banana. To Boschnik again, who's never going to be able to control that. Castagna, Doku stealing away from Hansko. Castagna in. Hansko coming through.
Good defending that time, and Harassling trapped the one of Castagna. That's the outball for Belgium, though. Doku down that right hand side, they're looking for every opportunity.
Leads well so far. Front from the 7th minute. This is when Belgium are at the most dangerous, when the ball's at Dubravka's feet. Carrasco. Ongala. Trossard. Carrasco. Cuts into the path of Trossard.
The problem with Conor in the Boca is the number 6 can't turn on the ball. So the first pass into the Boca from the Dubravka is fine. It's when he has to play backwards and maybe players not so comfortable on the ball. Maybe the Dubravka where Belgium are getting all their joy in their turnovers.
Yeah, Loboka's used to having the ball at his feet. He is the pass master of the Napoli midfield, has been for the last 2.5 years. Won the Italian title last year, slips down into mid-table last season. But the very fact that he's often linked with Barcelona will tell you he is a serial passer in the tiki-taka mould, really. Short, sharp, first-time passes, and he'll just keep you ticking over. He couldn't resist. Just a word in this show line. Or
That's the old school. Kick him early, let him know you're there.
well, those Serbian centre-backs last night, I think another 6 bad challenges and they would have been booked too. Dimast. Carrasco. Onana.
Really aggressive those back. We've got 2 centre midfielders pressing the centre halves when they've got the ball.
Yeah, they're essentially 4-1-4-1, but Dudar and Kutska don't give you any time on the ball. The right players are industrious too. Vavro, the 6'3" centre-back who enjoyed his tussles with Erling Haaland and Harry Kane and Rasmus Højlund in the Champions League for Copenhagen. Højlund didn't enjoy them, he got a couple of elbows in the face from Vavro. Trossard, De Bruyne, been quiet for the last 10 minutes. Lukaku, quite all match. Trossard's pass is loose. I suppose marvellous challenge. Here's the first yellow card. Got his teammates are back for that. It's Trossard's fault.
Tries to reset the ball at the moment. Slovakian, when it drops, just gives them a bit of respite. Belgium are growing into this game, having more and more of the ball. Just gives Slovakia a little reset.
Obviously it's okay. Big block foul here. Duda. Kutska. Hansko. Rashli. Kutska. Rashli never quite had that under control. It's come back from the Boca. Here's Duda. Tiny pass into Kutska, not so tiny with the return, but it runs from the Boca. Now Hansko can pick across. Blocked by Castagna. Not frightened of the ball at all, are they, Slovakia? Some surgery passes too. Straightforward, north-south passes, trying to cut through Belgium. Duda. There's another one. Parasli. Bojanic. Allowed to turn. No real force behind the shot.
Fresh, watch Bojanic go to sometimes centre half and then do large jumps. Normally it's a winger, but it's a centre midfielder, which in theory then leaves De Bruyne in space in the pockets, which obviously doesn't need any invitation.
Belgium don't want to play through it here. Wongler. Slovakia recruit though. De Bruyne. In reverse for Carrasco. Three Belgians in the box. Trossard's one of them, headed away by Vavra. Washington. Passes away cleanly. Carrasco to De Bruyne. Onan. De Bruyne into Lukaku. Couldn't connect with Trossard. It has come for Leandro Trossard. By Vavra. Pass wasn't meant for Dino either. Most of their passing has been crisp and efficient. Lobotka. Hansko. Karasli. Lobotka. Washington. Ekrik is forward on the near side as he Strauss. By Castagna. Lobotka. Pretty scout on the game, that's a tremendous pass. Jeremy Doku. Defended by Hansko. Twisted in the knot, I think, by Doku, but a bit of treatment. Tie that knot. Down the corner.
They're up for again. Doku so aggressive, so positive, so brave. Good defending from Hanko. I don't know if he's just opened up his knee a little bit with the block. Puts him in some trouble.
Unfortunately, Miguel England struggling in bed against Jeremy Doku. He's one of those players who stops and starts the game brilliantly. He's almost like a gap play with his goal. Sorry, yeah, this is the goal that separates the two teams. But at the other end of the field, Doku hits inside the box. I mean, I used to do it when my son was about 6. He started kicking me after that. But just stands and protects the ball, almost dares you to make a challenge. And then, once he's stopped you, he's on. And you can't keep up with him over the first 2-3 paces.
That's all he needs is a couple of yards. He stops and then he goes and he's away. But probably the best you can hope for is getting a toe on the cross, like Hanko's done on a few occasions. Giving Belgium a corner and resetting and looking to defend from there.
It's up the field for this corner. It's walking rather gingerly towards the corner flag. Something now to the touchline. To wait to come back on.
The point is now both got 3 men spare on the edge of the box. Slovakia down about.
The other problem is Kevin De Bruyne is taking it. Towards Onana. It was a speed challenge. It wasn't a free header because of that. It wasn't a strong header.
He did his best he could. In between 2 defenders, got it on target. Straight to Dubravka, and he's going to take all those 30 seconds until Hanko can get back on that pitch.
Just goes left back off. Luckily back out so late. 10.5 by most of it. It's good defending now. It's 37. Raku still a Slovakian number 19.
Love to know what crossing the water there, because those two down the right hand side do not look like 37.
It's a slightly controversial question, don't mind me asking. I'm sure they're all tested, but yeah, okay. He's actually back in Slovakia. He's captain of the runaway champion, Slovak Bratislava, who had 10 seasons in Serie A with Genoa and Parma, and a brief spell with Watford. This is Duda. Ashko. Standing out next to concede a corner kick. Not too good for Ashko.
Devil just opened up that medial side like you mentioned.
Arbitration work before the corner kick can be taken.
Not taking any risk here, might get off till against the box, one back, only three big men attacking the ball.
Turned away by Kostemi, De Bruyne, Doku. It's an idea, but De Bruyne hasn't got Doku's pace. Oscar's motion and throw in. Skriniar. Tame that one. Mongala. Nebast. Isco. Find it very difficult to play through Slovakia.
I think the moment is when the ball goes to the opposite centre half in pass, Duda jumps. Mongala or Anana spare, they've got to use that. As he goes, look, Mongala spare on the right hand side.
Getting the breaks in there in the centre of the half. Just to add a few metres of space.
Got to utilise that. You may only get a few metres in international football.
Tossar's coming up the ball away, and therefore quite just control. Shreds. Kuska's covered that in beautifully. 3-1 shoots in the box. Arsenal! Could have struck it better. It was in a nice line for Castells, but it's still a good save.
What a save, and again, it's this cute round the corners one-touch play from Slovakia that's opening up the Belgian defence. Has plenty of time, all the time in the world to look up. Don't know if he picks him out, harassing him, but he finds him. It's a very good save. Guides it well, the volley keeps it down.
It was a bit of a chunk by Kuska, but he just fell as he delivered the cross. When he connected with Barasli, then he connected with the ball. Barasli will take the corner. Washington at the near post. Defended nervously. Let's go try to escape. That was never going to happen.
Yeah, he thought he was stopping a counter-attack. He didn't realise he had four Slovakian defenders behind him. Didn't really need to take the yellow card on that occasion.
No yellow card. Ivo Schramms. You're going nowhere, friends.
Sometimes you have to. At that time, probably did.
Banana. Skip one challenge and there's always another. Carrasco, and suddenly Lukaku is in. Beautifully found by Carrasco. Romelu Lukaku! But he never had it under control. I think he was caught as much by surprise as the Slovakian defenders were that he was in the clear.
Yes, very good ball from Carrasco. You can see Slovakian players are on the front foot. I don't see that coming. I don't think anyone saw that coming. It's a great ball. Just hasn't got that much time. Lukaku probably needs to shoot. One touch and shoot, but can't sort his feet out in time. And you can't say Belgium aren't getting the chances. They're definitely getting the opportunities.
Belgium's all-time record goal scorer by a mighty distance, 50-odd goals more than anybody else ever scored for his country. He didn't add to his tally there.
Belgium will still be comfortable at this stage. They're creating the opportunities. The real problem is when you're not creating the chances, but they're definitely creating.
Seventh-minute goal by Ivan Schranz.
Bruyne's predominantly hanging out on his left-hand side, and it's not really working for him. I'm wondering how long it is before he starts drifting out the other side. See if he can get joy, if he can get space out there.
Is there an argument for moving him deeper, maybe alongside Onana, so he does get on the ball more?
Possibly, it's a great shout. Eventually, if he can't get the ball, he will start. There he is now.
Doku coming looking for it.
Probably one play you don't want in there.
That's good from De Bruyne. Castagna. Doku. This is where he wants to be, edge of the penalty area. Attacking defenders. Put it back straight to Lobotka. Passes won it back. Very calmly done by Juraj Piska.
Oh, brilliant.
Winning those kind of duels.
Every time they feel like they don't have a way out, they'll just buy a free kick and get their team up the pitch. It's been sensational. I've been really enjoying watching Slovakia in this first half.
It's Kupska's shot. That was Ramsden's shot.
Brilliant. Guided volley. It's not put his foot through it. He placed it perfectly. Great save from Casteels.
Kupska had that spell at Vicarage Road in the Premier League. 3 different coaches who weren't there very long. Even Roy Hodgson couldn't keep him up that season. He did score a heading goal at Goodison Park in a very good fight to win. Not again that you'd remember, Ambrose at all. Oh, in fact, you were playing.
Oh, that was the beginning of the end for us that season. Wow.
It's better than Arlo Walker's season too, I think. Josh King on a hat-trick. Minutes. Sneaky close for Slovakia, and they can get in with this lead intact.
The real problem is going to be second half. Do they stick to what they're doing and potentially give Belgium some chances on the turnover, or do they back up and go into a lower block and deny Belgium the spaces?
Reed was trying to take the throw for the wrong place there. The referee has penalised him.
Working so hard, wasn't he? One up front against two at the back.
Pass towards Lukaku. He looked offside. He's not touched it. This is Doku.
Oh, yeah.
Now the flag goes up. No, that's how the assistant referees are told to conduct themselves, and they're not absolutely certain. Oh, I don't know absolutely certain either.
Either way, great defending again from Hanko. Stays with Doku. No, it's not Hanko, is it? It's a centre half.
Skriniar,
yeah. Come across, it's great defending.
By Boschnik. Harrisley. On the corner here late in the day, there's time for it. Really had an underdog victory here so far.
Make sure they don't cover here right at the end.
Driven in towards Boschnik. Corner. I'm fascinated that the professional football is not thinking about scoring here, but making sure you don't concede from your own corner kick.
I've been seen so many times just before half time.
It's a good ball in and it's headed wide by Kutska.
The last thing you want to do is undo all your good work right just before half time.
I'm sure Danny will be nodding his head in the studio in agreement. Well, Slovakia have got to the end of round one with a definite lead given to them by Schranz very early in the game. And it's a lead they probably deserved on the whole. Belgium have had their moments. Of course they're going to have their moments with Doku and Lukaku and De Bruyne on the field. But they found Slovakia a very, very tough nut to crack. And at the break in Frankfurt, it's Belgium 0, Slovakia 1.
This UEFA Euro 2024 programme is sponsored by Visit Qatar.
Hey Sainsbury's, kids get all summer off. What do we get?
Well, you know what Cardi B? A taste of difference picnic in the park.
Treat yourself to a slice of hash-green cookie sandwich on your way home from work.
Or turn a Wednesday night into an epic barbecue night.
Want to serve up a great summer for everyone? Ask Sainsbury's. Sainsbury's, good food for all of us.
Because your toes need sand between them. Because this rendezvous needs Paris. And this silence needs to be heard. Because your senses need to travel. We've pushed back the boundaries with up to 422 miles electric range and up to 8 years a real care. New Peugeot all-electric E3008. Pleasure powered.
Yo, wanna smell premium? You gotta try this new Lynx there. Smell premium with the new Lynx Fine Fragrance Collection. Smell finer than the finest fragrances.
I am Invictus. I am. I am. I am. I am. Invictus. And discover Invictus Parfum.
I am Olympia and the new Olympia Parfum.
Fragrances by Ruban.
Gillette Labs, our next generation of shaving for the best a man can get.
You eat food? Do I eat food? Yeah, I eat food. Do you go places? Yeah, I go places. Do you go places? You go places? And that's when I knew I was going to be best friends with Robert De Niro. I showed him Uber One and how it was a membership for eating food and going places. That's very cute. Uber One, a membership for people who eat food and go places.
The Sun Heroes lineup. Harry should have been England manager Redknapp. Get in, Jack, the maestro Wilshere.
Total football.
Calder, no-nonsense, Backer.
Soft but fair.
And Jurgen, the winner Klinsmann.
It's coming home.
Yeah, that is a lineup.
Goals, Glossop and giants of the game, only on the Sun.
At Curry's, we know it's easy to get distracted by the football, so we're taking measures to keep focused on what we do best. Tech expertise. The Hisense 144Hz mini LED TV gives an amazingly smooth and vibrant picture.
Yeah, football looks phenomenal.
What football? Yeah.
Claim a guaranteed reward from £25 when you buy any TV over £499. Curry's, beyond expectations.
Guilt isn't atonement, it's self-indulgence.
What is happening?
I'm being framed.
Thrilling drama box sets, stream free on ITVX.
This UEFA Euro 2024 programme is sponsored by Lidl.
Oh, that's loose from Mangala. Little back heel, dodging it, get down, in. Trans has given Slovakia the lead. Terrible error. Gift of a goal. Goal scored by Ivan Trans.
And what it means just at the moment that we're on course for the really first big shock at these Euros. Slovakia rated 48 in the world, Belgium number 3. What have you made of that first half, Danny?
I must say I like this game because both teams have chances to lead, yeah. But this is the difference maybe to the other games in the last days, yeah. Belgium is not a lead, but it means Belgium is to come in the second half, and I'm convinced they will come, yeah. They had some good moments, but what I like is Slovakia has also some good moments, also in pressing. They make really compact the center, and from this moment they create something. This is fantastic to see.
Well, they took the goal very well, didn't they, to be fair? I know it was presented to them in many ways, but they did take it well.
Oh, it was well organised. Obviously, they set up to win the ball back up the pitch, and Baku, who's probably the example of him being overconfident. He had a great first, 15, 20 minutes, and again, got the ball in an area then and give it away sloppily. Again, an example of him being overconfident, and he's inconsistent end products. There's no need to do the double take, or Strange, you can't take nothing away from that flick, and then his awareness and the finish is very composed.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see Doku dribbling. This is not the position to be too clever.
It looks like he's caught in a couple of minds, that's what he's trying to do.
Yeah, he's trying to roll it too casual, and then Slovakia capitalised. Great finish. Great flick initially from Strands, and then a great finish. That gives something for Slovakia to hold on to, because Belgium have created a lot of chances.
We talked about Courtois, Julian, being left out beforehand, and that's quite controversial in Belgium, but I think if Casteels had any doubters, that is a good, strong hand.
Yeah, very much so. And it would give him a lot of confidence, because again, question marks over the first goal. Could he have done better with the parry? But take nothing away from him there. That's a great save.
We talked about Belgium, we talked about the goal scorers, we obviously talked about Lukaku. As Danny said, they've had plenty of chances, haven't they, to be in front, let alone level.
They've had their chances, but that connection, that last little bit, I think is lacking, certainly from Lukaku. He's had his chances to bring the game level. Doku, when he dribbles higher up the pitch, he's unstoppable. You see it here. Brilliant dribble, first initial touch. This is where you want him doing his stuff, dribbling, and then they're off Belgium. You see, Kevin De Bruyne is already expecting it to come. I think Kevin De Bruyne here's got get a better connection. It's not the best ball from Doku, but that has to be more clinical from Belgium, because they've had enough opportunities to put it away. Again, Lukaku, brilliant position. This is where it just runs a little bit away from him. But this is where Trossard and Lukaku need to have a better connection. That ball's got to go straight away.
And actually, by delaying, he's just narrowing the window of opportunity, doesn't he?
Yeah, exactly. Again, Trossard, I think, look, as a striker, I'm going for this. He's got every right to go for this, but you've got to score. Because if you don't score, you're going to get very angry Lukaku, which is what he got. These are the chances that Belgium have to make sure they're putting away. Last one, I think Lukaku here, again, he just needs to let the ball roll a little bit more. It's a great way to pass. Just let his body roll. It just gets away from him. But that last little bit mark's not been there for Belgium, but they are creating the chances.
If you're the Belgian coach, what are you saying to your players?
Yeah, I will give them belief, for the second half. I will show them the good clips. I want to show them the spaces behind, especially when the Slovakia were in the midfield pressing. We saw the last chances, we have the space behind, and then give them the trust, and I believe they will come back in the second half, of course.
Keep believing, they're certainly creating the chances. Competition time now, a chance to win big money and tickets to the final here in Berlin in just under a month's time. Get your passport ready as we're sending one of you to the UEFA Euro 2024 final with £50,000. Courtesy of Shaw, Dubman and Links, you and 3 friends could spend the weekend in Berlin and watch the finalists on Sunday the 14th of July. And let's not forget that £50,000. To enter, simply text GOAL to 80900 to get 1 entry for £2 plus your standard network rate message, or text FINE to 80900 to get 5 entries for £5 plus your standard network rate message. Go to the website, entries cost £2, or post your name and number to Cup 01, PO Box 7558, Derby DE1 0NQ. Entrance must be 18 or over. Paid entries close 10 AM Thursday the 27th of June. Entrance must be contactable on the 2nd of July and for 2 working days after. Good luck.
This UEFA Euro 2024 programme is sponsored by Visit Qatar.
When everyone's home, EE Work Mode prioritizes your broadband for working from home. This is EE Broadband, with faster speeds in more places than anyone else. This is broadband made for working from home. Search EE Broadband, powered by BT.
Starbucks chilled coffee. Lift up the everyday.
Hey yo, what you having?
Brooklyn.
Now for real, what are you getting done?
Brooklyn.
What's up, what's up? Is it Brooklyn? Love is in the air. Love is in the air.
The McDonald's fries you love now love you back. Introducing Surprise Fries. Millions of tasty prizes to be won, including cash.
Place that for life. You could.
$10K every month, 30 years. Set for life. Play now.
Sing with me, sing for the year, sing for the laughter and sing for the tears. Dream on, dream on, dream on, dream until your dreams come true.
It starts with an engineer on a mission to install thousands of Shell EV chargers by 2035, helping supply more than 20% of the UK's gas. Getting it from here to here. Investing in people and communities to build skills for the energy transition. Shell is helping power the UK, now and into the future.
You combed through every last piece of evidence. You made the final, impossible connection. And all the while, he was so to imagine when you listen.
This UEFA Euro 2024 programme is sponsored by Lidl.
Slovakia 1-up at half-time against Belgium, and following that we will bring you from Group D, Austria against France. Kylian Mbappe's France from the Düsseldorf Arena. The Laura Woods of the team around about 7:10 this evening. Jolien, Kevin De Bruyne, your old teammate, starts from him in that first half. A lot more to come, isn't there?
Yeah, definitely. He has had little flashes of his brilliance, but nothing nowhere near his best. Lukaku is probably the one that stand-out performer in regards to having opportunities, but he needs to be getting more efficient because he's not going to get 4 chances every half.
Yeah, Belgium have to be clinical, have to continue creating chances. I think Doku's getting a lot of joy. De Bruyne's got to start really imprinting his mark on the game, and Lukaku's just got to have that sharpness. But I think Belgium, I expect them to score given the amount of chances they've created in the first half.
But from Slovakia's point of view, you're feeling pretty confident at half-time, aren't you? You know, you've taken your chance well, you've almost scored a second. Yes, Belgium have had chances, but you're more than holding your own.
Yeah, I must say they're doing well in the midfield. Yeah, we said this before the game, that the midfield will be the crucial thing, and at the moment the two number 8s close really the number 6s from Belgium. That means they have always to play around, and it is not easy. And I think in this moment they have to find a good balance now in the second half, sometimes a little bit deeper, and then in some moments they have to go in a high press, and if they do this in the second half, they have a big chance to see the first surprise.
Absolutely, be a huge surprise. Fascinating second half ahead as we join Andros Townsend and Clive Tilson.
No change in personnel here, but a change in position for Leandro Trossard and Jeremy Doku. Doku has now gone out to the left-hand side where we've seen him play most of his football for Manchester City. Andros Townsend, and there's a thing or two about wing play. What are you thinking there?
I just think it gives Doku that other option to come inside now on his stronger right foot, whereas he's on the right side, he's always going down the line and getting crosses in.
Otherwise, same cast list as for the first half, during which Ivan Strauss scored the only goal. Just 7 minutes in. Slovakia in the all-white. Here is Lobotka. Towards Boschnik. Put away by Dipas. Doku involved, and again getting it back from Kevin De Bruyne. This is Jeremy Doku. De Bruyne. Doku. Challenged by Mbappe, to get that right, well timed.
I think that's where De Bruyne has to spend most of the second half, more centrally. In the first half he was pulling out to the left-hand side, and he's being picked up by a right back, a right midfielder and a right centre midfielder.
Here is De Bruyne, towards Lukaku. Skriniar is holding to Milan teammate, catching up with him. Centre falls only for Duda. Hansko. Aristide. It's Curley. Oh! There's a flag up.
Yeah, why not? He's isolated with Daniel 1v1, beats him inside, gets his shot off just as Trossard comes in to close him down. Gets that curl, just doesn't get enough of the curl he's looking for to bring it inside the post.
That was only to signify the goal kick. Thank you for that pass. Looks their way out. Carrasco. Doku. Now we do see Doku against the 37-year-old Pickerick. Doku. Clever. Carrasco. Barrow in the way again.
Yeah, really, Doku causing similar problems as he was in the first half, but this time driving inside onto his stronger left foot, playing passes inside to likes of De Bruyne.
Very much how the first half started. 7 minutes at least.
I think there's two things Belgium can do here. They can make a change and bring on Bakayoko out on his right hand side, or big Trossard in a little bit closer to De Bruyne, and when Slovakia's two wider centre midfielders go to press, they'll have an overload of De Bruyne and Trossard with only Lobotka in that number 6 role.
Yeah, they've got two very dangerous left-footed men on the bench who like to operate from the right side. Eric Bakio, Sevilla, Johan Bakayoko, PSV Eindhoven, who's attracting on the bench. I've seen his name being at Liverpool.
Yeah, both very similar, left-footed, very direct, like to come onto their strong foot. I think Bakayoko will be the first one on.
Lukaku is penalised there. Holding off Vavro and pulling him by the shirt. This guy's done very well, Robert, if you don't mind me saying. He's been a Chelsea player. 31 last month, 9 of those years in England. Napoli are apparently keen now. Continuously at Chelsea are keen, but the new management, you never know. Ball is out of play.
Moving in. Bosnaric on the one side of Bass.
Attacking the end of this stadium. Local support. It's gathered. England play here on Thursday against Denmark. Frankfurt also host the German national team next Sunday for their game against Switzerland. A lot of international tournament football in down the years. Scotland played a couple of games here back in the 1974 World Cup. England played here in both 1988 and 2006. The venue for the Women's World Cup final 13 years ago. Careless pass. Don't need any encouragement from Slovakia. He's having a bad minute here, pass.
Bosnaric smelled blood there. Look, he's gearing up the crowd. He smelled blood. He realised Bass giving a couple away inside the second half, and he gave him no second on the ball there. There's a side throw that he said.
Base camp for another Slovakian attack. Nico Tedesco might just have to make his move sooner rather than later to the bench. Duda. Vavro. Why not? He's not the sort of guy you argue with, is he? Really, Dennis Vavro. He's not the sort of guy you pull to one side in the dressing room afterwards and say, what do you think you're doing shooting from there?
Why not as well? Full of confidence, this Slovakian side from the back to the front. It's no surprise to see Vavro strike from there.
He had a couple of decent range in the Champions League games, I remember, for Copenhagen.
Yeah, he's got a very good right foot. Normally he likes to dive over to his left hand side, but why not have a crack? The way things are going for Slovakia at the minute.
Seem to see De Bruyne in this area of the field. Belgium have sort of got to get more involved.
One. 3. ITV1. UEFA Euro 2024.
He faced the likes of Van Persie and Chiellini and Robben and Cannavaro at that World Cup in South Africa.
He's just a good defender. He might not have, he's still quick, but he might not have the lightning pace Doku has, but he knows where to position himself. He knows how not to get beat in those 1v1 situations.
Now is big in a football. Here's the vodka. Duda. Kutska. That's the 37-year-old. He's trying to find with a ball inside the fullback.
Again, it's those tight little one-touch passes around the corner flicks. Belgium just can't get close. They're moving it so quickly.
Now we can see. Doku versus Pekarik. Johan can't catch a runaway. The runner, Trossard arriving, Skriniar arriving, Hansko I should say. It is the Skriniar I should say.
Yeah, areas on both sides. I think on this occasion, Shines didn't track Carrasco, I think it was down the left-hand side.
Yeah, Pekarik doesn't get to Doku in the first 10 paces, then there's only going to be one who's going to get to the finishing take first. De Bruyne, Lukaku, Trossard, Lukaku, to the goalkeeper.
Much better from Belgium again. Starting to get De Bruyne in the pockets, turned, playing those nice passes down the side. This Lukaku gets another shot.
Trossard. No point in forgetting Romelu Lukaku. And on a sheer heightened presence at the far post, something Slovakia couldn't deal with. But when he headed it across the face of goal, it's Belgium's all-time record goal scorer, Romelu Lukaku, who equalises.
Looks as if Slovakia switched off for a split second. Weren't alive to the short corner. Look, only one man now. The second man too slow to get out. Trossard, a great ball on his left foot. Is he offside?
Whoa.
Could just be on. It's a great header from Ronaldo across goal. He runs off celebrating. Lukaku can't miss this time.
It's quite on as to whether he was level or largely in front of Onana when he headed it across the face of goal. There's a change happening in the meantime. Just seen this substitution while the goal check is continuing. Maybe an opportunity for Christina Uncle to offer some views. Goal stands. No, no, it's offside. Christina.
Somebody made it offside technology would have that track very, very tight as we see here with the no offside. The graphic will be built out in the next 2, 3, or a couple minutes here. But once this ball is distributed, is his right leg further than where the ball is? That is exactly what the VAR and Lisa Biotech is measuring.
Yeah, any part of the body with which you can play the ball is beyond Onana in that instance. Maybe a knee, maybe a foot. That's all it was. Lukaku's goal is chalked off. In the meantime, Johan Bakayoko has been summoned from the bench to come and play down this right-hand side.
Yeah, they've moved Trossard inside, just behind Lukaku now. Looks as if De Bruyne will have the licence to roam as he does, play in the 6, play in the 8, play in the 10.
Yeah, he's taken Orob Mangalore off, so one of the two holding midfield players who's gone. Trossard's moved into a more central position, a number 2 position where De Bruyne was. De Bruyne here has got a partner Onana in this area of the field.
Makes a lot of sense. Trossard was a bit lost on the wings today. Bring it more centrally. In fact, Bakayoko, who we spoke about before, is a 1v1 specialist.
And a goal scoring, goal 14 last season with the gold-man Dutch champions PSV. Become a regular component in this Belgian attack since the start of last year. As the departure of Cody Gakpo and Donny van Weken that really opened the door for him at PSV, and he has sprinted through it. Bakayoko, number 19 on the near side. Meanwhile, De Bruyne, Lukaku, Trossard, the save. That was a smart stop. Down to his leg, Trossard's been penalised. Did you say that?
Yeah, very good. Belgium in complete control now. Good flick from Lukaku, and Trossard gets a shot on goal, more century now. So that they need to do something now. They need to switch it up or keep the ball for a few minutes.
But they still lead.
They do.
He thought he'd equalised. Give him another chance. He'll take it, they know that. That save was needed. It's the follow-up challenge by Trossard that was penalised.
Just going a bit longer from the Raptor and giving the ball straight back to Belgium.
And they had some difficulties playing out in the first half, Slovakia. Maybe they feel safe first, now they have an advantage to protect. But it's looking a tenuous advantage at the moment.
I understand that, but also you don't want to allow quality of Belgium to have 60-65% possession. And every time you get it, you kick it straight back to them. So it's a trade-off in a minute. Slovakia look to be going no nonsense first.
Springer. Right forward by Dibas. This is Lukaku. Now Trossard. Doku. De Bruyne. Doku. Found a cross. Found the right foot of Dennis Mavro. And a corner kick.
Needs to be alive. The shorts on again. Needs to be alive.
Trossard not marked. One was by Carrasco. Oh, there's a counter on here. There are three in here. Lubomka's pass was under hit. Boschnik will lay claim to it. Unable to escape though. There's a chance to go there. Chance on the break.
It's the first time Lubomka's really under hit his pass. At a time when they needed his qualities most.
De Bruyne in towards Lukaku. Still Lukaku. Mourinho felt he dealt with it, but Lukaku in fairness had no support inside the penalty area. He's entitled to take that on, albeit the angles against him.
Yeah, this is the De Bruyne we know. Great ball on his weaker foot. I think he's done the right thing. He's put his foot through it. This is the offside goal. Shoulder.
Scored 6 times at European finals, 5 times at World Cup finals, 1 in the Nations League semi-final. Amazing 14 goals in Belgium's 8 qualifiers, a couple of hat-tricks. 21 for Roma last season. Reached the Europa League semi-finals. He is a goal-getter. Doku. Chance in, Bakayoko, brilliant. Stop on the line. Kept out by Hansko somehow. He's down injured. Play goes on though. Carrasco. And the referee, well, he's been given no choice really. Hansko's barely moved. It's a tough one for a referee. You wonder whether there's a strategic stoppage of play, but he cannot take a chance with the player's welfare. Hansko is down after making his clearance.
What clearance it was. Doku this time. Pick the ball back, all ends up. Bakayoko. Hansko come from nowhere. Decker in there, no answer for Doku's pace. And I think you can clearly see he's not making this up, he's hurt. Falls onto the knee. Back row.
Yeah, there's the contact with his head with Barbaros being turned out today, but it'll really shaken him up.
Big tapping.
The defensive instinct somehow, when you like defending, you get back on the line behind your goalkeeper. You know where to go and all the mayhem of the penalty area. Last line of defence, get there. They had two there.
Yeah. And they're going to need another few before the end of the game. The way Belgium have stepped things up. Moving Trossard more centrally, really causing problems. De Bruyne hasn't been able to still want to get more of the ball. More support for Lukaku.
Belgium have gone over 4.5 hours without a major tournament goal. Boy, do they need one.
Well, the Slovakia need a respite.
Squad in 3 games at the World Cup finals in Qatar. And nothing yet here. Dominic Tedesco unbeaten in his 14 games in charge since taking over at the start of last year. Here it comes, ouch. Back out there, Hansko. And Rasmus down. That's not good either.
No. He's either a very good actor or he's in a lot of pain.
And again, it's not for the referee to decide how to react to glaring obvious distress.
Either way, it slows down momentum for Belgium.
As for Francesco Calzona, now the word with a couple of his players.
Source. One. TV.
Bruyne's done really well. Bakayoko. De Bruyne. Duda. Well, back by Fans. No respite for Slovakia just now. Into Bakayoko. Onana. Rolled into Lukaku. De Bruyne. There is sport by Duda. Wrigley is still continuing. That's Noah well. Harrison's being brought back.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Let's see if he won the ball first. Won the ball first, yeah. Of course, there's a bit of contact after that. It's a contact sport. Duda's won the ball. You can feel a bit hard done by.
That's what Calzone is saying in Italian at the moment. Happy to return to the relative sanity of international management after a difficult 4 months under Greece of life into Italy. The verge of his greatest moment as Slovakia coach. But here's De Bruyne with the free kick. Well defended again. Pushing it back there. Bruyne just a quarterback now. Tossing in a few Elber is in the hope of connecting with somebody. This one's aimed at Carrasco, headed away by Vavro. Good work by Lobotka, away by Skriniar. Anywhere will do. Washington can't hold it up. He's claiming he was caught there by Onana. Referee's not convinced this time. Slovakia are going to freshen things up. Thomas Suslov is a winger. 7. And Strelec is a striker. Watching it, some passing by the way. I think there should be a competition for the best passing of these tournaments. Hours in front of the mirror, separating the head there. The products in block 2. Right at back then, that one. That's the end of the Washington party.
Guys were brilliant. Crowley's hold up play. Also his work off the ball, starting the press for the Slovakian side. He's worked so hard for the 70 minutes now, Strelec. Hopefully raise the intensity of the Slovakians.
Thomas Suslov of Verona is the winger who's on. Looking to receive it here from Lobotka. This is Suslov. He's played just behind the supporting Hansko. They've got it back though. It's an opportunity for Strelec.
Similar to Docker, I think he's better on the other side as well. Left footed coming in off the right. Just opens up the options. Started on this left hand side, let's see how long this lasts.
Strelec. Duda. They have to be very robust, combative. There is Suslov. That's a bit too combative for him. He hasn't quite dealt with it though. However, can Stanley the go. Bakayoko. Fast. Dangerous. Okay.
Well, changes his done, just giving him that extra bit of energy in that press. Really turn up the heat on fast there.
Brady Strelec will play down the centre. He is a 6'1" striker back in his first club, Slovan Bratislava, after a season in Italy. Thomas Suslov, highly regarded, attacking talent. He topped the Fans Player of the Year club in his first season in Serie A with Verona. Looks like he's going to play from this left-hand side, although as Andros says, he's a left footer who usually operates from the right flank. Yeah, for the first half of my life, white players, left wingers were left-footed, and right wingers are right-footed. But you would prefer to play as an inverted.
I always grew up as a left-footed on the left side, but yeah, probably about 10, 15 years ago, kind of just opens up the options. You can go either side.
He's backing Yoko. Lukaku, back come for Doku. Really stern work by Lobotka. He felt that. Did so well to tidy up. Got his hands dirty for the team there. He's back on his feet. Still a defiant air about Slovakia, even though Belgium turned the screws a bit.
I'm in love with Trossard's positioning here. He's just moving into pockets where he knows he can't be picked up. Lobotka's worried about De Bruyne and he's just drifting in behind.
Here is Trossard trying to feed up De Bruyne, and it was nearly pitch perfect.
And that's the one though, again, that combination is because the two set midfielders, Duda and Kuchka, are trying to press the two number 6s for Belgium. She's Lobotka with De Bruyne and now Trossard, who just drifted into some beautiful positions and almost got in there.
To Belgium. Another invitation to come forward. Bruyne see more and more of the ball in this deeper role. Doku. Got 2 challenges, not the third of Lobotka.
Don't force it, keep the ball, have a spell yourselves now. Regain your breath again.
Yeah, coaches talking about resting with the ball. Duda. Just quite on the same wavelength as Skutska. Not sure what they must stand in mind. Just giving it back to Slovakia. Vavro. No Schranz.
Yeah, again though, when their backs to goal, they know they've got nowhere to go. Look, little touch, feel the contact go over. Wing side a free kick. Kuska this time.
Pedro Trossard's head is done. Familiar figure of Yuri Tielemans is coming on. He's had a good 2024, worked his way into a regular spot in the Aston Villa midfield since the end of January. A couple of goals against England in March, Wembley, where he scored that stunning FA Cup winner for Leicester City 3 years ago. And Unai Emery has used him as an advanced midfield player at times, but it looks like De Bruyne has gone back into that role now. And Tielemans will be shoulder to shoulder with Onana in the deeper role.
He's definitely better in that deep role. Somebody who can get the ball off the back four, thread passes, break lines, try and get De Bruyne on the ball, as opposed to the other way around.
Here's Tielemans.
His first thought is to always look forward.
Thinking about it and executing it against this Slovakian cover. Two different things though. To seal up most of the gaps. The Bastards done well to find De Bruyne. It was a bit lively even for him. Here's Suslov. And Tielemans is very quickly a statistic in the game. Yellow card for the Aston Villa player. Hasn't played in the Champions League since he was at Monaco in 2019, but that's where Tielemans and Villa will start next season.
Good counter-attack from Suslov. Probably again throws the contact and goes down. He knows he's counter-attacking. All his men are behind him. It's him against Belgium.
What contact was that then? Maybe.
Elusive.
Trips the hurdle. Oh, here's a chance from the substitute. Strelec. He tried to innovate and finish. He's got a consolation prize, a corner kick. Let the ball roll past his front foot and try to slide it in with the heel.
Good run from Strelec down his right hand side. Just behind Strelec though, he does the best he could, wins a corner for his side.
Last 15 or so. Suslov with a corner. It's away by Carrasco. Suslov. Trying to find a cross with his unfavoured right foot. It's a little over here. There's Vavro has retrieved it. Duda. Defending again by Carrasco. That's a bit.
That's great ball from Duda on his right foot. Just curling it in, no real pace, just feeding it into that area. I wouldn't be jogging out there past lunch, I'll be walking, taking all my time, pulling on my socks.
Mexico takes the throw. Duda. Just going to go back. Here's Vavro. Ekeric. Well worked. Schranz. Ekeric's come on into the box. Hit by Kutzka. Miss it.
So so careful. They like to decorate overlapping, leaving Doku. Doku's not going to track him. He did track him. If you lose it there, we're in big trouble.
Belgium are running out of time. Lukaku. Bakayoko. De Bruyne. Stania. He's gone on here onto Lukaku's pass. There's nobody in the middle.
I think Belgium are causing more problems with the two number 10s in De Bruyne and Trossard rather than two number 6s. Because it's sort of playing into Slovakia's hands who play with two number 8s. So they're easily marked.
De Bruyne. Come out again by Skriniar. Skrillex can't hold it up. De Bruyne. Found a way through to Bakayoko. Now Onana. Lukaku. Bakayoko. Onana's down. It's Carrasco. It's deflected. It'll be a corner and an opportunity for some treatment. Bakayoko's managed to get up. Trent's the goal scorer.
I think it was him that actually called Onana as he shot.
Respite for Slovakia. Here comes a Kevin De Bruyne corner. And he's down by Onana. And again, the challenges were good and the header wasn't clean. Even though he won it, he couldn't direct it.
He's on so much in the air, and he's on corners. It's another one of his attributes that I did mention at the start. But like you said, good defended from Slovakia. Sort of got 2 or 3 men around Onana to deny him a clean jump on the ball.
Pressure that front three again. All 3 of the original starters now have been replaced, including the goal scorer, Ivan Trans. This is David Juriš. He's a winger who was used freely from the bench during qualifiers. Scored an important late winner in Luxembourg last October. A game that Slovakia really had to win. Juriš came up with a goal. Skrillex. Come off for it, but Lobotka has won it back. De Bruyne, how many times has this diminutive midfield player interrupted a Belgian attack in the last 15-20 minutes? Trying to set up a Slovakian attack himself, but Tielemans got to him.
Sensational in out of possession. Lobotka sent Georgia over, big Slovakia have done.
Dibast. Singing out Doku, Pekarik is there. Onana trying to drive it to Bakayoko. Hasko is having none of that. Suslov. Duda. Hasko. Duda. Kick. Bakayoko had to track all the way. It's not where he wants to be.
No, that's not where Belgium want him at this stage. It's Duda's late running behind, which forced Bakayoko back. Another chance here for Slovakia to just get some rest, let alone anything else.
Suslov will take the corner. And away by Fass. Duda. Central defenders have stayed forward. If Suslov can find a cross, got past Bakayoko. It's a low cross when it comes. And Tielemans cuts it out. Bakayoko wasn't getting past Duda. Free kick has been given. Here come a couple of more Belgian attacking players. Going to to see Dodi Lukabakio, left-footed winger, number 14 of Sevilla. We're going to see Luis Openda, Leipzig, and it's Doku Carrasco will make way.
Really have Lukabakio around on his right-hand side. They're moving to the left. Lukabakio now. Similar sort of player, left-footed. Give him a go.
He has been regularly involved since the last World Cup. He was in the squad for the final stage of the Nations League at the end of 2021, but this is his first tournament football. Was in Spain with Sevilla after a rather unhappy 6 months at Watford at the start of 2018. Luis Openda, who is used mainly as a sub by Belgium, has got a very good goal scoring record in Germany here. Lukabakio causing some problems, but he's making a foul. He's actually going to pick up a yellow card.
Off with the centre of the tackle.
Standing on the foot of Hansco. Referee's had a good day.
Just saying he touched the ball there, which he actually did, but for some reason that counts for nothing with the refs these days.
The card here for Townsend, I think. Under the referee card, you need the captain to speak to the referee. You're not allowed to speak to him. It's up to me to speak to him, and I'm not going to. I mean, Belgium have got every attacking base covered now. They're throwing everything at this. Openda fresh from his third successive 20-goal season in Netherlands, France, now Germany. 3 against Manchester City in the Champions League last season for Leipzig, so he's on right up alongside Lukaku. Got Lukabakio from the right side, they've got Bakayoko from the left side, and De Bruyne is a 10 now.
Even then, someone close to Lukaku, Trossard did in the second half. Belgium started to get a bit of momentum, create a lot of chances, but sort of faded since Trossard come off and Tielemans went a bit deeper.
Slovakian win here would statistically be the biggest upset in the history of the European Championships according to the FIFA rankings. Here Lukaku! So much for that! Openda has come off the bench and made an instant impact. Rolled back to Romelu Lukaku and he thumps in an equaliser. Slovakia got so close. 4 minutes left to play. But now Belgium a smelling victory. Lukaku has equalised.
They got so close to Slovakia, but in the end it's the pure bodies from Belgium. Because Openda just makes a run down this left-hand side. Beats Macro for pace, drives into the box, cuts it back, and Lukaku does the rest. Defended so well, Slovakia. Belgium just went mad for that. And great work from Openda and Lukaku.
There is a check going on for a potential handball in the build-up to the goal. It was Openda's control before he set up Lukaku.
Nevertheless, it's a good finish from Lukaku. He's been wasteful so far today, but on his trusty left foot there.
Right now he's got 53 more international goals than any other Belgian. That's quite something. 86 and 116 internationals if it stands.
Just a pure presence of Openda isolating the 2 centre-halves. Drags him in a wide position that no centre-half wants to be.
He's had 1 disallowed already. We're not privy to... Now, here's the replay. Christian, your uncle. Is there a handball here?
The interpretation on handling is slightly changed there. Based on this angle that I've seen, it doesn't look impacted. Yes, it does his hand. The considerations we now have to determine is that justifiable in this natural context? Is his arm in a justifiable position while he's running and moving forward? The VAR has recommended for it to be overturned for a handling offense with that extension of right arm, the movement towards it, and the impact, as you see right there with that velocity matter, that is indicating to the referee that contact, yes, has indeed occurred, and he's recommending it for handling offense for a direct free kick coming out and negating the goal. I do recommend with that secondary movement that the recommendation will be taken and the goal will be taken off.
They've got a stickometer here just to check that it did brush the fingers, but that's the question that Khalil Umut Mele here has got to ask himself. Was it unnatural? Yes, it was. What a goal. Lukaku's had his second goal this round. And what was I saying about the biggest upset in European Championship history? No team so far behind their opponent in the FIFA rankings has ever pulled off a victory since those FIFA rankings began in the early 1990s. It's on for Slovakia again.
Just looking at that again, I don't think it's an unnatural position. He's just looking to, his arms just come out, he's looking to fight backward for the ball. It's not like he intentionally handled it, but unfortunately, like Christina stated, that's the letter of the law. So by the letter of the law, the referee has made the right decision.
A few years ago, the referees had to ask themselves, hand to ball or ball to hand? And that was hand to ball. It was accidental, of course it was. He didn't mean to do it. His hand moved towards the ball.
I think they both moved at the same time.
I got you. It's debatable. We've got a FIFA referee in the studio in Berlin who would have given it. We've got a FIFA referee on the field who has given it on review. And Slovakia still lead. Twice Belgium, twice Lukaku have celebrated equalisers. Neither has stood. Lukabakio. Oh, Openda behind you. Skriniar wasn't aware, second-handed minutes here.
He's causing problems. Openda, he's a real live wire in out possession. They're closing down Skriniar. Winning inside the corner.
Lukabakio will take it. Goalkeeper got something on it. De Bruyne. Fass is there. Bakayoko. It's a little wild. There were a lot of bodies between him and his target. He had a bit of a swipe at it.
I've got to say, Slovakia defended his field as well. Again, it was aimed at Onana, but there's just so many bodies around him, he can't get clean contact. On this occasion, I think Dubravka came and farmed it out.
The extra defender is coming, good young defender by the name of Adam Obet, who's playing in Italy for Cagliari on Sardinia.
They've got to get a bit of youth into that back line. Openda's causing all sorts of problems with his pace.
Wasn't too fancy at the other end, but Castaño sending it away. There's Lobotka. Hasn't given it away very often today. Tielemans forward, connects with Lukaku. On towards Openda. Dubravka is there.
Tell you what, they brought Openda on 10 minutes early, they would have been in business.
Not sure that Lukaku wasn't offside there. Good job he didn't score, that would have been a hat-trick, I think. This could be a momentous early evening for Slovakian football. They've won a game in each of their two previous European Championship finals, won the opening game 3 years ago against Poland in St. Petersburg, but then lost narrowly to Sweden and heavily to Spain. De Bruyne. Squeezed to push goal there. Too close to Dubravka.
Chances are coming though, and it's a Pender again making runs in behind. Trying with this one back, and it's De Bruyne. Actually gets good contact, just tries to angle it to the far post.
Cramp issue. Those added minutes are going to be added still further to, because needs some help. He's actually going to come off, and Adam Obed is going to take his place. Just slightly deflected, wasn't it, across? Probably when it left Bruyne's boot, it was heading for a teammate. Just enough to divert it. So one cut to the left, put it on there, 21 years of age. Did face Lukaku a couple of times last season in Serie A, and it did end well. Roma scored 4 in each of the games. He went to Cagliari as an 18-year-old. He turns 22 in August. Left-footed central defenders are always earning prize. He's for the future. He needs to deliver for Slovakia in the here and now.
Looks a bit small, doesn't it? I'll probably switch him to the other side to get him chasing with a Pender rather than tussling with Lukaku.
Slovakia have long since abandoned that playing out from the back thing.
Just shows what pressure does do in the before getting 3 points in a European Championship, just crazy things to do.
At the expense of the number 2 ranked team in Europe.
Still though, fair play to them, they're still trying to press. Yes, they're in a 5-4, but the closest man to the ball still getting out there.
Or by Tielemans. Optimistically, wasn't the same purpose about that. They're a streetwise outfit, Slovakia. They've got more than that, but they know how to handle themselves. They've handled this lead now since the 7th minute. Okay, twice borderline decisions have gone in their favour and denied Lukaku an equaliser. But they will be proud of the way their team have performed in Frankfurt this afternoon.
Way around this now, Slovakia have been brilliant. First half, I thought they were in control of the game, pressing high up the pitch, really keeping the ball in midfield. And the second half is all about maintaining what they have. 2 blocks of 4, still pressing from within their shape, but not giving Belgium the spaces that they like.
Added time to the added time. Debust. There's Obed's header, didn't really get the job done. Lukaku. Can't link with Lukaku though. Back comes Suslov. Slip though by Hansko. And Obed a little anxious. Strelec slows down well. And here goes Suslov. And he does have support. Juric is up with it. Get back, Yoko have to come all the way back. Game looks stretched for a moment, but look how Slovakia have got their shape back. De Bruyne. Carrasco. Well, I have to play a ball into the box. Time's almost up. It's not really the Belgian way, but they had to play percentage ball, and it wasn't quite good enough. Belgium haven't been quite good enough.
Now Slovakia, they've got the bodies, they've got the extra centre half, they've got 3 centre halves now. Even if that ball was a bit better, they've got the bodies around Lukaku to deal with it. That's just what the compact 2 backs of 4 has done to Belgium, has made them really cross from positions they probably wouldn't normally.
So much experience in this Belgian squad, a long backbone, but it's back to the strength that's forever been the question mark in this room. Couldn't see out a World Cup semi-final against France 6 years ago. Lukaku had a huge chance to equalise in the second half of that game. Just never quite enough. Always something missing. Today, one of the things missing has been a bit of luck. Against a team ranked down in the 40s, a team that has beaten Belgium. These European Championship finals have had just about everything in the opening day, but a shock. Well, they've got a shock now. Slovakia have beaten Belgium. Just what effect it will have on Belgium in a very winnable group, and they will feel that their two remaining fixtures against Romania and Ukraine are winnable. But Slovakia have got one foot in the knockout stages again. An early goal by Ivan Strands. Some very disciplined and characterful defending, and a little bit of luck with the VAR, and produced this scoreline in Frankfurt. Belgium 0, Slovakia 1.
Let's have a look at the group table then after the matches today. Romania and Slovakia with 3 points each, and Belgium and Ukraine yet to get off the mark. The biggest win for Slovakia really since the 2010 World Cup, when they beat the then reigning world champions Italy 3-2 to knock the reigning world champions out in South Africa. So the first really big shock and the first really controversial decision of this Euros as well. So let's go straight to former FIFA referee, our referee analyst, Christina Unkel. Christina, we can see from the little snickometer that it clearly hits the hand, but can you tell us why that is deemed to be deliberate handball rather than accidental handball?
So the deliberate interpretation has recently changed since the Newcastle PSG game in Champions League. However, this is still going to be considered deliberate handling offense for the fact that the arm is near or above the shoulder level. And even though he's running in that momentum, because the arm is extended, that touch that we saw in that snickometer helps him control the ball. Those considerations are the ones that are going to point to it being considered unnatural from a referee interpretation and the guidance and the preferred decision from not just UEFA but from IFAB as well.
Okay, so you're happy with that, Christina? You don't think in any way that's a very harsh decision?
I think it's a very debatable decision, whether it is something that referees are instructed to interpret as. This is the recommended decision, but I think there is some good argument to be had as to what is considered natural position in this play, but yet this will still fall into being punished by the referees.
Okay, Christina, thank you very much indeed. Well, it's the big talking point, so let's see what everybody says. Danny, how about you? What do you think?
Yeah, it's a hard decision, yeah, of course, for Belgium, but there's some rules, and they change the rules in this direction, and then, okay, we have to accept this, of course.
I mean, I think the hard thing is, you know, the player is running, the arm is always going to be extended, isn't it? It's always going to be extended at a certain height as well to try and control the ball. Yeah. It feels pretty tough on the Belgians.
It looks like natural, yeah, when you
look.
Yeah,
well, that's what I'm getting at, yes.
Exactly, yeah, and then it's hard, yeah. Normally we're looking at where's the arm and where not, but in this moment it's a movement and you're running into, and then...
I mean, you ask yourself, where's he supposed to put his arm, right? In that natural running position, it's a 1v1 on the wing, he's done brilliantly, but I can see the extension, I can see what Christina's saying there. There is a level of control of the ball. You see it there, bang. He controls it, it kind of changes the trajectory. It puts him in a bit of an advantage. It is harsh.
I mean,
and
it's a player, it's a player. I mean, I suppose there is a level of control of the ball, completely accidentally.
Yeah, but his hand is in a natural position due to him tussling with the defender. That has to be considered. I think if he was just running, his hands are extended, then all of a sudden you can give a handball. But the fact that he's having to keep an opponent off him, his hand's going to have to be extended to some point.
And of course, he's being knocked and barred by the defender. You know, there's a bit of
these things are not considered. That's the thing that I get frustrated from a defensive point of view when you see these decisions go against defenders. But for me, these decisions are made by people that haven't been in the game to know that to keep you balanced, your arms will need to be away from your body.
Are you saying even as a defender, you think that's quite harsh?
Yes.
Right, what about the knock-on effect for Belgium? They had so many chances, even though Lukaku scored 2 disallowed goals. No issue about the first goal, he is offside. They had so many opportunities to get them.
Unbelievable. Yeah, but this is, I think, the momentum what Slovakia keep today. Yeah, you need this to beat Belgium on this day. Belgium missed some chances. When we look back yesterday, to some matches, then we say, maybe it was not so nice. But you see, at the end, it's about the results. And Slovakia took the result today.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, it's their greatest win since 2010. We have to give them a lot of credit.
A huge result, big upset. And I think at half-time they're thinking we've got something to hold on to. You know, these teams, they bank in, they get really resolute. I think Belgium only have themselves to blame. They're a bit unlucky with 2 disallowed goals, but they've had enough chances in the game. Lukaku's off. How many times have we seen Belgium? How many times have we seen them in positions to win games and they just don't do it?
And it's very well taken, the goal. I mean, Doku gives it away, Jolien, but Strands with the back heel, and that is just onside to pick up the piece.
Yeah, both parts in the goal for Strands are equally important and equally impressive. Again, he's patient, he's recognising it's a sloppy pass, and then he's not just waiting to see where the shot goes. He's anticipated it falling to him. It's a great finish there. Again, the keeper, question marks potentially, but you can take nothing away from that finish.
I suppose from Belgium's point of view, the fact that Romania and Ukraine, they will, we're not running anybody off, particularly not after that result. Bearing in mind how many chances they created, they'll be thinking Romania and Ukraine, they have every chance still Belgium are getting through.
Absolutely, absolutely. And in that dressing room now, they'll be thinking, well, if we create the same amount of chances, all they need is just to be clinical. So they've done enough to win the game. They've just got to take that same performance into Romania and Ukraine.
Well, after their opening night debacle, Scotland have regrouped and they're ready for the challenge of Switzerland. This comes up on Wednesday, and Colin McLaughlin has all the latest news from the squad's Bucharest base in the shadow of the Alps.
Welcome to Garmisch-Partenkirchen, the home of the Scottish national team here in Germany. I'm going to be honest, right, despite the beauty of the Alpine town, it does feel a little bit different than it has done since we arrived last Sunday. Just a hunch, it might be something to do with that 5-1 hammering by Germany on the opening day. But not only that, right, what feels a little bit different as well is the fact that at this stage of the tournament, normally, us in the media would get a player or a coach to chat about the next game ahead. But this time, Steve Clarke broke his own protocol and decided it should be him that faces the music.
There are no excuses. When you lose a game 5-1, you have to take all the criticism that comes. If I could criticise myself, and I always criticise myself, or start with myself, maybe give too much information. It's maybe clouded the players a little bit on the pitch in terms of what we do with the ball, what we do without the ball. I spoke to the players about what I feel was wrong from my side, what I gave them. I think their interpretation of what we asked them to do was wrong. We've worked on that, we've spoken about that, we'll work on it again going into the game on Wednesday night and hopefully see a different performance.
So, we know the job to be done is pretty clear, 4 points is still the target, but how can they shake it off and shake it off quickly?
Kicking a couple of backsides, giving a couple of cuddles, getting them together as a group, making them understand why we had that performance on Friday night, and making sure we don't have that performance again. They have to be resilient because it's a game of emotions. So you can have a terrible result and then you've got to be bouncing yourself back, you've got to be ready to go again. They understand they've let everybody down, they're disappointed, but they know they have to be ready and up for the next game because that's the nature of being involved in football.
Switzerland then are up next for Scotland, and I think we all know what they can do after their opening game of the tournament. Steve Clarke says there's no concerns because they've already started to do their homework.
I spent most of the afternoon analysing the game and working out what we can do to dull the threat of the Swiss, and hopefully this time we see Scotland with a little bit more of the ball and creating opportunities at the round of the pitch.
Big game for Scotland then on Wednesday against Switzerland. Jolien and I watched Switzerland beat Hungary. Really impressively, they're really fluent, weren't they, the Swiss?
Very well organised. Again, they might not have the same level of quality as Germany, but definitely have the same level of organisation and belief and confidence. Well, Kanji and Xhaka coming into the competition with huge experience, of course, out the back of great seasons domestically.
What does Scotland need to do? I know that's quite an easy question to ask, more difficult to carry out. I mean, Roy and Graham Souness were really upset with their lack of aggression against Germany as much as anything.
Yeah, well, Steve Clarke mentioned it there. It's a game of emotions. For me, they have to manage that emotion. They've got to manage it, be more controlled, composed, be smarter, out of possession, in possession. All of those things that tactically, yes, I think there was parts where Steve Clarke will admit he got it wrong, but you've got to be calmer, more composed, more confident for Scotland. That's what I think will put them in good stead against Switzerland.
Now, 2006 was known as the summer fairy tale, wasn't it? I won't try the German, I've tried it once. I won't try it again. Where from nowhere, Germany reached the semi-finals of the World Cup under Jurgen Klinsmann. How's everybody feeling after the first game against Scotland?
Yeah, I think everybody's now positive, yeah. But I think in the past, always the second match in the tournament was difficult for the German team. Yeah, a lot of draws in this, and but I'm very convinced that we keep.
Guide.
All channels. 3. ITV1. UEFA Euro 2000.
Great to have you with us. I know you're with us for a few more games as well. Thank you very much indeed. That's it. I can see that the manager's on the touchline and my number is being held up on the board. So I am coming off. I'm being subbed off, but I'm taking it very well. And Laura Woods is here for the second shift of the day. And the first appearance of the main man, Monsieur Mbappe.
Yeah, indeed. It's a like-for-like replacement, really, isn't it? Thank you, guys. Brilliant show, by the way. Listen, you're going to head off into the night. I'm going to let him go and spread his wings. After the break, I'm going to be joined here by Ian Wright, Roy Keane, Gary Neville. Going to make sure they behave themselves, or try my best. Also talk a little bit of England as well, which has been a big discussion in the green room, let me tell you. I'm also looking forward to seeing Kylian Mbappe and his French cohorts, and can they justify their tag as one of the tournament favourites as they take on Austria in Düsseldorf. We'll be back in a minute, don't go anywhere.
This UEFA Euro 2024 programme is sponsored by Visit Qatar.
Get that Euro Millions feeling with this Tuesday's £146 million jackpot. Euro Millions from the National Lottery.
200 miles per hour. 300 sensors. 1.1 million data points a second. Sent instantly to the AWS cloud. So AI can generate insights for F1 in real time. To keep millions of fans on the edge of their seats. Generative AI on AWS. A new era of racing. A new era of business.
When you see the Ryobi cordless pole hedge trimmer next to a conventional hedge trimmer, it's a hedge of two halves. The cordless Ryobi trimmer gets to work in seconds, with no petrol emissions or tangles. The 45cm diamond ground blade slices through branches up to 18mm thick, with a 4-position articulating head and an extension pole giving 2.9 meters extra reach. There's no need to set foot on a ladder. So next time the hedge needs trimming, ask yourself what side of the hedge you'd rather be on. Buy the Ryobi pole hedge trimmer with a OnePlus battery, charger, 3-year warranty and free delivery now for just £149.99, saving £80, plus free safety glasses worth £13.99 at ryobitools.co.uk.
The warm, fuzzy feeling of total food satisfaction. That's Foodfillment.
Molecular collusion timography.
Orbital cosmic tomcattery.
It's in my head, but it doesn't. Molecular coherent tomography.
No.
What is it anyway?
Optical coherence tomography, or OCT, an advanced eye health scan that can help spot sight conditions early. At Specsavers, we think it's so important we're providing it nationwide.
Molecular coherence tomography.
Not everyone can say it, but everyone can have it. Book an eye test with OCT at Specsavers.
Can you still use your hands when you put on your shoes in seconds or future like I do? With new hands-free Skechers Slip-In, I just step in and they're on. It's like Slip-Ins have an invisible built-in shoeboard, so my foot slides into place without bending down or touching my shoes. Then the heel pillow technology helps you feel comfy and secure. Experience new Skechers Slip-Ins.
Soon on ITV4 and ITVX.
That's all for today. Same time tomorrow?
Why not? See you at 6. She adores you, you know that. Everyone knows that. Sorry, what? There's been a tweet. What tweet? Presenter Douglas Bellows making an extremely sexist joke at the wedding. This isn't news. It's going to be news. She plays you. Madeline's not like that. Is she?
Brand new drama, Douglas is cancelled. Starts Thursday the 27th of June on ITV1 and ITVX.
This UEFA Euro 2024 programme is sponsored by...
The trick of the flag, the Three Musketeers. In France, they're used to saying, never two without three. And so far, the French have won 2 Euros. Here in Germany, they're in search for a third, and they are led by yet another superstar.
A second European title. It was
Mbappe's Euros. Could it be another French win? We'll find out on Bastille Day on the 14th of July. Up against them today are Austria. They don't have the same Euros pedigree, but they did get out of their group for the first time in 3 years, or 3 years ago. Former Manchester United interim manager Ralf Rangnick, he stayed with them, despite those reports that he got an offer from Bayern Munich. Well, in the studio with me this evening, I am delighted to say I've got Roy Keane, Gary Neville and Ian Wright alongside me. So we're going to hear from the French captain a little bit later on, Kylian Mbappe. But I do want to talk about the French team in general, because overwhelmingly, they are one of the favourites. Roy, were they your favourites at the start?
Yeah, they'd have to be in the mix. You look at the squad, obviously the starting 11, the options off the bench. They've got the strongest squad, definitely, I think, amongst any of the teams. They've got vastly experienced managers, they've got players playing for all the big clubs, winning the big prizes. So yeah, they would certainly be one of the favourites.
Exactly the same. No one comes close to them. Their experience they've got in big tournaments, 3 out of the last 4 major finals. They've just driven through a group with Holland in, scoring 29 goals, only conceding 3, and it's going to take some stopping.
Experience and quite world-class players. You know, coming into a tournament like we saw what happened with them in the World Cup final, how close they came, and I'm sure that they want to put that right. You know, what can I say? They've said everything.
Yeah, it's annoying being on the end. Let's have a look at that team, because like I say, look, the squad is incredible, the starting lineup is pretty cool as well, and some real big talking points, especially in defence, because William Saliba is in. He's making his 9th start for France. He partners there, you can see at the back with Upamecano. That was a big talking point of whether or not he was going to be trusted. He's had such an amazing season with Arsenal. World Cup winner N'Golo Kante, he's back in the squad. That's for the first time in 2 years. Starts in midfield, Rabiot, Griezmann in there with him as well. And Kylian Mbappe in his first tournament as France captain. He's in the middle there at the top. So, let's discuss that. William Saliba.
3. ITV1. UEFA Euro 2024. Austria v France. 1915 to 22:30. DTV terrestrial.
Play, and they play that mid-block with, you know, they don't want someone like William Saliba. What he does for Arsenal is he progresses the ball, he passes the ball, gets the ball going for him. He's there for his one-on-one play, so one versus one play. So I was thinking it was really strange to hear him saying that he can't see something with him, because he does that. He does that, and he's got the capability to deal with a one-on-one situation, which France play with.
It was back in March this year that he was saying the hierarchy don't favour him. And he was also saying that he doesn't have that much game time, so he's not as calm as I'd like him to be. Is that quite, for a manager to say that on a big stage like that, but in public, does that make you have less confidence, less calmness?
Well, it wouldn't calm you down if you're a young player. You'd need some sort of confidence in yourself to come through that. But I think that Deschamps got so much power, so much control, and I think that he probably is saying it for a reason. There must be something that Saliba's doing within squad that he's not liking. We've seen Gareth Southgate at times being like that a little bit with young players over the last few years, where he's left them out.
I'd like to think he's had a word of him, Gal. Just come out publicly and say that when he's playing so well for us.
It's unorthodox to say that about a player that actually in the Premier League this season was so good, one of the very best in the league in his position, and you understand how that can motivate a player, but harsh words, tough love, sometimes it works.
I like it. I like it. I think it's right. Challenge your players. If he's not performing, you got to improve.
Yeah, but he is performing.
Yeah, he's obviously not performed at the international level yet. That's just a little challenge. You know, I think it's. I'm okay.
You like it?
I like it. Yeah. I like it a lot. Yeah.
Do you like N'Golo Kante, though?
Yeah. Obviously, he's an outstanding player. Yeah, again, quality player, vast experience. So yeah, they get the quality in that squad. Fantastic.
Roy, do you have anything to say about the players that have gone to Saudi and playing in a different league, not only the European leagues? How does it affect their game?
Well, obviously, there's always that worry what level they're playing at week in, week out, and obviously the standard of training they're involved in. But a lot of the players have made that decision over the last few years, and obviously they're looking at international level. I think when you're that experienced and the kind of role you have in the midfield, particularly if you're a sitting midfielder, I think that experience is vital. I don't think it'd be a problem to, because that's just about your football intelligence. It's not necessarily about covering 12 or 13 kilometres. It's about being in midfield particularly and doing the job, and I think that's where the experience comes into it, and I think you should be fine.
We're going to talk about England's midfield in a bit, and the clamour for the young talented players to come in. You think about Tchouameni and Camavinga on the bench, and he brings N'Golo Kante back, who's got massive experience. He doesn't care, Deschamps. He will literally do what's best for the team. Doesn't matter if they're the most favoured players, the most talented players. He will put in who he thinks is going to win in the tournament.
Okay, let's have a look at how Austria are lining up tonight then.
So David Alaba, he's not actually, he's not playing. He had an injury, an ACL injury. That was back in December, so he's here as like a non-playing captain. There are some familiar players in there. Marcel Sabitzer, of course, Champions League finalist with Dortmund. He was really key in their run as well. And you can see, you know, the players on Menlima as well, much experience. And Seaward was a young player, but an excellent player too. Former West Ham striker Marko Arnautovic. He's on the bench tonight. Are we going to get to see a little bit of him again? We'll find out. But Gary, I want to come to you about Marcel Sabitzer because you probably, both of you, probably know him better than most. Champions League so far this season was brilliant and really helped them and aided them. What about his time at Manchester United? What did you think?
I mean, he came in obviously at a very difficult time for the club. He looked a little bit leggy, it looked like it was a little bit quick for him. But then you watch him play for Dortmund this season, you see where he's playing there for Austria on that left-hand side. You'd never believe watching for United that you'd put him on the left of midfield. You don't think he'd have the legs to get in and out of there. So, you know, Manchester United has been a very difficult club for players to settle into in this last few years, and he found it no different. And there's no doubt, I don't think he did a bad job at Manchester United, but they were never going to keep him and extend his stay for the performances that he put in.
Yeah, no, he was obviously very average at United, and he had a difficult spell as well at Bayern Munich, and he's found his level at Dortmund. There's different expectations at Dortmund. I know they're a big club, and obviously had a good season this year in terms of getting to the Champions League, but it's different to Man United and Bayern. But he's again, a very, very good player. His goals record, particularly in international, is very good, and I would class him, and I mean this in a nice way, a very good, solid professional, and I think, again, he would certainly do a good job tonight.
Okay guys, more from these lot in a second. Next we're going to be dissecting England's match against Serbia last night with you three. Job done, but an underwhelming perhaps opening game for England. They were put under a bit of pressure, especially in the second half by Serbia. Jude Bellingham's goal in the first half, it was enough though to get the job done. 3 Lions up to a winning start in the group.
This UEFA Euro 2024 programme is sponsored by Alipay Plus.
Can a Lenore bed get any fresher?
No way.
Let's find out. They're trying the Lenore Dream Team.
Oh, it's mega fresh.
Way more. The Lenore Dream Team with 10 times the freshness ingredients. Lenore conditioner plus Lenore scent boosters gives an off-the-scale freshness.
Let's try this out.
Can I get the Lenore Dream Team, 10 times the freshness ingredients.
Still here. Never leaving.
Ocado. Let summer come to you.
Periods have no chill. Day or night. They don't care what we're doing or when we're doing it. But our pads should.
Try Always Ultra Day and Night Pads. Our day pads with improved comfort lock wings protect better when active, while our night pads are longer and wider to protect best when lying down.
We've got this, day or night.
Rewrite the rules, always. Starling Kite is the free debit card and app for kids. Starling Bank, the bank built for you.
This UEFA Euro 2024 programme is sponsored by Booking.com.
There's a £50,000 jackpot in this evening's ITV Picks competition. It's easy to enter. You can download the ITV Picks app or go to itv.com/picks and make your choices from the selected matches. Entries are free and you must be 18 or over to enter. The app is available on iOS and Android devices, and you can only enter once per match. Entries close at kickoff. Good luck. Well, yesterday, Gareth Southgate made it 4 wins Out of the last 4 in tournament opening matches with England, Gabriel Clark, he watched on.
Another opening night and another happy ending. If England had to suffer, that winning feeling conquers all. If the performance needs work, it did feature the tournament's star turn so far.
Bellingham is one of the best players, if not the best player in the world at the moment.
England had wanted a fast start. Fouling Jude Bellingham is one thing, stopping him another. Slick and inventive, England's intent had an end product inside 13 minutes. The quick feet of Bukayo Saka have become a tournament essential. At timing his run just right, Bellingham has become unstoppable. Brave, brilliant. From the first man ever to play at 3 major tournaments by the age of 20. A spectacular season at Real Madrid had elevated expectation. The face of the brand was backing it up. All power and purpose, flair and expression. To a chorus of approval, it seemed England had the platform to run away with it. But on the counter-attack, Kyle Walker got stuck between a cross and a shot. Energy levels dropped, and England began to shuffle back. The Trent midfield experiment had its moments. In one elegant arc, Alexander-Arnold can advance his team into dangerous territory, create space, break the lines, and offer a different goal threat dimension. If fatigue is a factor, and even Bellingham faded, there will need to be alternatives. Called from the bench before Gordon, Palmer and Eze, Jared Bowen had a sudden impact. And Harry Kane, almost his 64th England goal. Instead, it was without the ball that England had to excel. On the biggest night of his football life, Mark Gahey was serene at centre-back. Jordan Pickford was near perfect. The performance wasn't, but this England is street smart and tough. Built on a core of players used to finding a way to win. The next step is finding the rhythm, energy and control, essential for any tournament contender.
An ugly win or a beautiful win? A win. Playing in tournament football, it's all about winning. There was times you had to be a bit rough, a bit dogged, but we played some very nice stuff at times, and I think it's important that we take the positives and the negatives and we don't just worry too much about the negatives.
We used a lot of energy in that first half, and it meant we ended up defending a little bit deeper. But that meant we had to show another side, and to have that resilience and to get a clean sheet actually builds a lot of spirit in the group.
He was everywhere on the pitch. He's a player with quality that any team's looking to have, and especially us.
What a goal.
Yeah, brilliant from the whole team, the work through the lines and to work the ball wide to Bukayo, who put the cross in, and something that I've got used to at Madrid, kind of attacking the box and getting my timing right to score, and helps the team win the game, so happy days.
The next objective is to try and get the qualification sorted.
Well, a win was the most important thing to get out of that match, but Righty, I just wanted to ask you, I've had lots of other words described, a bit drab, a bit underwhelming. What were your thoughts on the game?
I thought there was some great individual performances. You know, obviously some players not quite up to speed yet, but I thought you're going to get that from people in respect of England and the build-up that we get going into a tournament. I thought for the first game, you know, yes, there's things you want to see certain players improve on, but it's tournament football. The win is most important, and you want people to build themselves into the tournament. Obviously, Jude's done well to start with. You just want people to get up to speed, and that's going to take some time in the tournament. Just take the time to really calm down. Relax.
Gary, how did you decide that Trent Alexander-Arnold played, in your opinion?
I thought generally it was difficult for England's midfield. Just they kept the ball in the first half, and I think Serbia set off quite deep. But I think in the second half, when the game got tough, I thought that they struggled to really get a hold of the game, and I don't think that was just because of Trent. I don't think we've got what I would call a classic holding midfield player that can get on the half turn and get us playing. I think even Declan Rice we've been talking about it all day. I think for Arsenal in the last 15 games, 16 games of the season, he was in that left channel playing high up the pitch and Jorginho or Partey come in. So I think Gareth ideally would like another player in there that can do that job. Now that's Mainoo or Wharton, but for the moment I agree with Wrighty in the sense, really important to win. That's the most important thing. You should never be disrespected. England have drawn and lost many games at the start of the tournament, but there's no doubt that there needs to be that fluidity in midfield and that balance in midfield needs to improve, and that might just be them playing together a little bit more and obviously having more games. That might be the first time that three have ever played together in midfield, and it's some asking a major tournament to do that, as experienced obviously as they are.
Roy, were you surprised about when he got subbed off?
Well, obviously Trent's in the team, the build-up throughout the week was that he brings a bit of control, his passing range, so when he was taken off, yeah, maybe a little bit surprised, because that's when they were under that little bit of pressure. And I go back to it, if you're a midfielder or you're playing an important role in the team, the manager takes you off, there's that element of trust. And I thought Trent done alright in there. I thought it was a pretty average England performance, but there's pluses. There was a couple of players at the back, people like Stones and Trippier, who needed that game time. They gave up one shot on target, and it was about producing that bit of quality. But Trent, it's very difficult when you go into that position. We've seen a couple of mistakes which he made last week, and he got away with it. But that's all part of learning your trade. This idea that players can just go into midfield and slot in there, it is very, very difficult to play in that role. I thought it took me about 25 international games to get settled into midfield. I really did. So now I would give the benefit of the doubt. The one plus I would give him, we talk about modern midfielders. The first option I would always say to midfielders is, can you pass it forward? And Trent does that. A lot of modern midfielders don't seem to be negative, sideways and backwards. So he will give you that. But I keep repeating myself.
See, that's where you wanted to see.
It's not that range of passes, but that's one good ball in an hour. Let's not carry away with it either. But he will have bigger, tougher tests to come. But I thought he'd done okay last night. But there'll be tougher games ahead.
What Jurgen Klopp's done at Liverpool is find a way to get him into midfield from right back. And there's no doubt, if you're good enough to play in midfield all the time, you would play in midfield. The reason you're a right back is because basically you've been shoved back there from being either a wide player or a midfield player at some point in your life, and you've not been good enough. I was the same. As a 14-year-old, 15-year-old, I was a midfield player. We all were, and then we got pushed back. So where you saw Trent struggle a couple of times there was when basically it was tight, and there was basically with his back to play. To receive the ball with back to play is the hardest thing in football in midfield. We don't do it well as full-backs. Not even Trent, who's unbelievable on the ball, is comfortable in that position.
Does he keep his place in the next game? Yeah. How do you get the best out of him then?
Well, you keep your place and you play. So I thought that there's at certain times again, especially in the first half, he's way forwards in the same kind of positions that Bellingham and Foden was taking up. And I was thinking, if he's the creative player, he's meant to be in that space where he's the one that's starting off the attack. I thought that it's too far forward. We saw in a couple of those instances when he was back and he had time on the ball, you could then see him then do what he's capable of doing.
Because they can with it all. So because you have 3 or 4 world-class players, when Kane or Foden's having a bit of an off night, players like Bellingham will step up. But it might be Foden and Kane the next game. That's the beauty of having 4 or 5 world-class players in your team.
I think just something for me, just thinking that Gareth wants to get Gallagher into the team, but he knows that he's obviously going to make unpopular decisions, Gareth. He's not scared of it. But I think there's an element of wanting to get Gallagher in, but he knows that would be deemed as being quite negative. I think he's gone half road. He's not gone for Mainoo or the Foden Bellingham sort of.
Wharton, you've got to mention Wharton as well.
But he's not doing it though, is he?
The only thing with it is that you look at someone like Wharton who's naturally in that position, who can play on that half turn like you want. At some stage, if it's, then you're going to have to start.
If you're a midfielder in that squad and you see a right back getting ahead of you in international football, you wouldn't be happy.
What will Phil Foden made of his performance? What did you?
I thought he done okay. But this idea that you just start taking him out of the team, Phil Foden is an amazing, fantastic player. He's had a great season. Okay, he was quiet last night, but he's entitled to an off night. But don't be writing this kid off. He's got so much talent. You stick with him and you stick with Trent. These are talented players. But Foden, a quality player. He had a bit of an off night, but he's entitled to an off night.
That's the only thing with Phil.
There's arguments, aren't there, Righty, of is he playing in his best position there? Do you move into his best position, or does he need to find a way to play in the right?
Yeah, but I think that we are hearing talks about moving him inside to where Jude Bellingham's playing. He's playing very well at the moment. The thing with Phil, we just saw things with Phil Foden we don't normally see. Losing the ball, you know, he wasn't like linking up with players like we do. Maybe some of the balls were a little bit sloppy what he was doing. That happens. You know, we can't take someone like Phil out. Phil's clocked the Premier League level. He's clocked the Champions League. This is the next level, and he's now got to go to that level. Phil is more than good enough to get to that level. He's just had enough game.
I do feel like that I spent a lot of my England career where there was this speculation on who should play where. you know, with really talented players, you know, who should play in midfield, he shouldn't be playing on the left. And I feel like Gareth's just going through that period at the moment whereby he's got all these players, you know, Palmer, Foden, Alexander-Arnold, and he's just in that situation himself whereby he's got a little bit of imbalance. He hasn't got the ideal players to play in probably a system that he would like, and it is challenging. He has to resolve that obviously during this tournament and quite quickly.
But don't we talk about tactics and systems that are close home. Four of these quality players will produce. Be it a quiet night, relax everyone. You'll be fine.
What about Harry Kane? He's taken a little bit of criticism, and also people asking the questions of whether or not Gareth Southgate is brave enough with his substitutes on last night.
In what respect to Harry?
If Harry Kane, for example, is not having his best game and not producing and not getting involved as much, would you take him off?
I'm not taking Harry Kane off. You know, I mean, because like Harry Kane is a world-class goal scorer. I was very surprised there was a cross that came in yesterday from Carl Walker where I didn't think his movement to get in there was good enough. But other than that, you know, it was a deep game for him. He couldn't come short and play where he wanted to play. And I was more surprised with Harry that he wasn't doing more of that number 9 performance in that area of the field where you hold it, link it, get fouls, get the ball in the box and be sharp in the box. That's all it really was. I mean, he didn't look sharp in the box. I'm not dropping Harry Kane.
No, I think Kane and Foden are gold. They must play. It's not even a debate. I don't think we're sort of talking about. They're just unbelievable players who are blessed to have.
Don't be surprised if they're producing the next year. They've got too much quality.
This is probably a good thing to happen to England then. You don't want it to be too easy and to be a little bit, what's the word?
The only thing I'm concerned about is nothing to do with, I trust the players, they've done better than any group of England players in the generation for 50, 60 years. The manager, he's the best we've had for 60, 70 years. It's just a slight imbalance that I feel is in that team. And sometimes it's that idea of the best players don't make the best team. And can he get that blend right and make them into a team in this next week or so, and we'll get through this group.
So no concern? Not that you care.
Maybe the saviour's on the bench somewhere.
You know. Not the group matches, but the concern is always later on in the competition.
I mean, it's a great bench anyway, isn't it? Okay, we'll talk more England, I imagine, at some point. Around half an hour to go till kick-off in Düsseldorf. Capacity crowd of 47,000 Juve. Look at this. France beat Austria 2-0 the last time they met in the Nations League, and that was less than 2 years ago. And the highlight of this was being this goal. Here we go, Kylian Mbappe. Brilliant goal there. And we're going to hear from the French captain next, so do stay tuned.
This UEFA Euro 2024 programme is sponsored by Alipay Plus.
Hey Jude, don't make it bad. Take us as on and make it better.
When the kids eat us out of house and home, we just eat groceries from Sainsbury's.
Yes, that's even enough. Get off of mine.
When do they leave home?
Groceries made easy.
Did somebody say just please?
What's your gut saying? Back away. Or get stuck in. Good. You've got the instincts. Now, get the training.
Jen, for your birthday, let's go glamping! Wait for me!
Oh, better get a travel lodge.
For great value, king-size comfort. Better get a travel lodge.
No one likes paying more for the mobile contract. So, if you're on one of the big mobile networks, you can save up to £144 a year with a Lebara SIM-only deal. Lebara are always trying to save you money, even on this ad. I mean, that's why they hired me. Sophie from Stockport? Complete unknown. I mean, this isn't even our studio. I think it's for a car off there or something. Apara. Smarter.
At Beyond Next, we believe life is better with less of some things and more of others. Like less hassle, more convenience, less short-term thinking, more long-term actions. Life's better when you get more. Fix your tariff and get 100% renewable electricity as standard, so switch to E.ON Next.
At big tournaments, anything can happen. So preparation is key. Anticipate the flashpoints. Analyse every detail, even the height of the centre backs. Only then can you predict more than 8 corners.
Nice one, Barry. You can get the bill.
Win 25% more on every game this tournament with Bet Builder Extra from William Hill.
New Sure Non-Stop Protection is body heat activated. So no matter how hot you get, Sure keeps working against odour and sweat. 72-hour non-stop protection. Activated by your body heat.
This UEFA Euro 2024 programme is sponsored by Booking.com.
Well, France are one of the tournament favourites, and they take on Austria in Düsseldorf this evening, and it's the first of 5 matches at this stadium. Beautiful. Well, these two nations both border Germany, so there'll be no shortage of support by either side. Now, the other teams in Group D, they played yesterday afternoon. It was a great match. Poland actually took an early lead in this one, and that was before the Netherlands came right back into it through Liverpool's Cody Gakpo. And then off the bench, Wout Weghorst with the winner. You'll see in a moment. Look at that fan park as well. Went absolutely mad. Look at that. He's technically still a Burnley player, by the way. Ronald Koeman's team, they play France next on Friday night. Okay, we're going to hear from Kylian Mbappe now. The 25-year-old has taken on a new role as captain of his country at his 4th major tournament.
There or there? What about? Je suis très content. C'est sûr que être le capitaine de son pays, c'est quelque chose d'incroyable. Je pense que c'est quelque chose que chaque enfant rêve de devenir capitaine de son équipe nationale. Maintenant, il n'y a pas plus de pression, c'est une responsabilité bien sûr, mais on va essayer de jouer comme on joue d'habitude et je vais essayer de faire honneur à son capitaine. Parce que quand tu es capitaine, tu es le garant du groupe, tu dois essayer de faire en sorte que tout se passe bien dans le groupe. Donc comme j'ai dit, c'est une responsabilité et donc ça change des autres compétitions où j'étais d'abord concentré sur moi-même, sur comment je peux aider l'équipe, alors que là je dois d'abord penser aux autres et ensuite je penserai à ma performance. Le coach, c'est quelqu'un que je respecte beaucoup déjà, que je respectais beaucoup sans le connaître. C'est quelqu'un qui a déjà beaucoup gagné, beaucoup fait pour la France. Et donc ensuite on a développé une relation très forte, beaucoup de respect et d'admiration pour lui. Je pense que c'est réciproque. Donc on s'entend très très bien, on est tourné vers le même objectif. C'est vrai que lui a eu la chance de tout gagner. Il ne lui reste que l'Euro comme entraîneur. Donc c'est sûr que je pense que c'est important pour lui aussi. Moi, en tant que joueur aussi, il ne me reste plus que l'Euro. J'ai gagné la Coupe du Monde, j'ai gagné la National League. Donc il ne me reste que cette compétition-là. On est prêt, on essaye de faire du mieux possible, mais il faut déjà penser au premier match parce que le premier match est très simple. On est très content. Déjà, c'est un privilège de pouvoir être ici, de pouvoir avoir l'occasion de pouvoir jouer un grand tournoi international. On est très motivé, mais on sait très bien que ça va être une compétition très difficile et on est impatient de pouvoir faire ça.
Kylian Mbappe getting his moment, and look, the Scots want to adopt him too. They desperately would need him right now, wouldn't they, as well, after getting hammered by Germany in their opening match. But Kylian Mbappe is the new French captain. He's been saying that, I'm really excited about this, it's all I've ever wanted. And it makes him even more desperate to try and win the Euros this season. He's got his move to Real Madrid, he's got his captaincy. Everything feels like it's falling into place for him now, Rory, to have a great tournament.
Yeah, it's all set up for him. Obviously, he looks fit, he looks fresh. He's had his dream move, of course. He's always wanted to go to Madrid, so that's at least been taken care of. He hasn't got that in the back of his mind. He's working with a great manager in terms of his leadership skills. He can only learn from him, and he's mentioned there he's got huge respect with the manager. I think his leadership skills will be more about how he plays, no doubt, because he doesn't seem that vocal. I know there's a few clips of him there, but he's still a young player himself, but vastly experienced, and as long as he's still focused on his performances and doesn't get sidetracked. I see a lot of players get sidetracked by captaincy and go on a bit of an ego trip. If he just keeps focused on performing, then the rest will follow.
Well, those question marks around his ego were already there, and perhaps a little bit hyped up with what happened at PSG, and he was saying that I didn't feel very happy there. I didn't feel like he could get the best out of me. Do you think giving him the captaincy is a good move? Because you have got other leaders in that side, Griezmann, for example.
Yeah, maybe he was a little bit stale at the end and just needed that, obviously, that new challenge of Real Madrid, high expectation. I mean, I'd expect a player like that to have a massive ego, and you'd want him to have a massive ego, that unbelievable confidence and arrogance that you'd want in a player with that ability. What he did in the last World Cup in that final, in that last half an hour, 40 minutes, was one of the most spectacular things I've ever seen. And I look at that French back four and that midfield, it's almost built to serve him, that he will go and win the game for us. We make sure we keep clean sheets and defend well. They only conceded 3 goals in qualified. If they can be the best defensive team, he will win them the tournament.
But that's what they do. This is why, again, go back to William Saliba as one of the players who knows how to play in that mid-block, because what they'll do is they'll block it at Kante, playing there because they know he's another one who can win the ball in those areas, get it to Griezmann, and then you've got Dembele, you've got Mbappe. Okay, what I liked about Mbappe there is that there's a focus to him, that you feel like he wants to go and get it all now. Gary's right about the World Cup. Messi was the only thing that was better than him in that World Cup for me, you know, and he was electric, and I'm quite excited to see how he does this, how he gets on being captain.
You see these clips here, he seems quite vocal there, trying to motivate the team, of course, which is nice to see, but ultimately about his own performances and putting the ball in the back of his
head. To be honest as well, you look at the team, he must look at the team he's surrounded with, the experience and the young players, and he must believe he's got unbelievable opportunities.
Do you...
Smooth.
The dream scenario for the manager. He's obviously got a brilliant starting 11, but options off the bench, again, go back, particularly in the tougher games coming up, will have a huge importance.
It's all set up rather nicely for them, isn't it? All right, the Düsseldorf Arena is on the site of the former Rhine Stadium that hosted 2 matches back in Euro 1988, and it's where Marco van Basten showcased his talent with a hat-trick against England. Have a listen to this. Look at you two. All right, we're going to be back at the Austria-France match and the anthems in just a few moments' time, so do stay with us.
This UEFA Euro 2024 programme is sponsored by Alipay Plus.
now on ITV1. I hope you're sitting comfortably as we dim the lights for a world premiere of the Ineos Grenadier. If you look closely, you might just see yourself.
Euros are here. Of course, England are everyone's favourites.
Yeah, my favourites because they're so humble about past accomplishments.
It's the way they seamlessly blend into new cultures.
Egg and chips, pot for ball, please.
And they make such delicious egg seeds.
Jog on. We're not that bad, are we?
It's coming up! Here's a new favourite for you this Euros. Paddy's Super Sub. When your player comes off, your bet rolls over to the new player coming on. Paddy Power.
With so many holiday homes on Booking.com, there are so many Tina Feys I could be. So I hired body doubles.
Wild Tina at the holiday home.
Wild Tina at the apartment.
Oh, Tina.
Ooh. Booking.com, Booking.yeah.
Monkeys!
Good
Macca's? Yeah, right, that's good.
Oh, I'm going to Mickey D's.
Wait for Mackie!
So, the domestic season's over. The Euros are here. And with it comes the problem. The problem of having to support players we can't stand. And curse players we usually love like family. Oh well, 4 weeks and it's all back to normal. Assuming this grows back.
Tournament turmoil, we get it. So we're giving you the chance to win a free bet every day of the tournament with Daily Shootout. Sky Bet for the fans.
Yeah, computers have a funny way of vanishing around here. You look away, poof, they're gone. Some say they're sold off for parts, stickers and all.
Found it.
On what?
It's a Mac. I can use Find My.
But can you find yourself?
This UEFA Euro 2024 programme is sponsored by Booking.com.
Well, Didier Deschamps is looking to become the first person to win the Euros and the World Cup as a player and a coach. And that record really would take some beating. He's had an amazing career. What is his secret? He's been coach since 2012 of France. What makes him so unique and successful?
He's obviously a great character. He knows the game inside out. He's also, to be fair, worked with obviously brilliant players. Great career as a player. Obviously, Eric once described him as the water carrier, which is a bit harsh. But he's won the big prizes, obviously, as a player. He's done a great job as a manager, even at club level before the French, the international job. So hats off to him. And again, if he can win this as well on top of his CV, it's pretty amazing.
It really helps when you've got so much talent, but you still have to manage them in the right way, Gary.
Yeah, and that's been the key. I mean, you don't, the characters and the personalities he's had handled in this last 10, 12 years are some of the hottest characters, and he wouldn't be obviously he wouldn't be in the job anymore if he was unable to to manage them. So, look, a serious manager, a winner, and making him captain could be a masterstroke.
Ralph Rangnick as well on the other side. We've had reports that he's turned down jobs like Bayern Munich, for example, a chance to stay at Manchester United in a slightly different role as well, which he said no to. Austria seems to be doing really well for him. He obviously loves it there.
Well, he said he's like 2 years into a plan of what he's trying to do with Austria, and obviously it seems to be working when you consider they didn't even qualify for Qatar, and now, you know, they've done pretty well, beat Turkey 6-1. You know what I mean? The other day they beat who else? They beat Germany 2-0. So you know they're getting it going. You know, so they'll press high. They'll make it very tough for France, but then they've got to stop these guys. It's going to be tough for them, but we'll see what they do.
Kylian Mbappe as well, just looking super relaxed in the tunnel there, signing autographs with the ball kids as well. It's kind of maybe not how you'd like to see him if you were Austria. You're that team.
If you look over your shoulder and you see his teammates, he should be smiling. He must be. We've always got a chance to win a match. He's got a good behind him. I'd be smiling too. I used to look over my shoulder and I'd Gary Neville. That was all.
It's true. Kylian's got a couple of lookers behind him.
It really does. Marcel Sabitzer there for the Austrian side. He's captaining that team tonight. I wonder what's going through his mind as he is about to take to the field with his team. They are facing France. My goodness, what a task they have on their hands. Let's head over to our commentators in the Düsseldorf Arena. It's Lee Dixon and Sam Matterface.
Thank you, Laura. Evening, everyone. For most of the last decade, there has been a constant French presence at the top of world football. Euros finalists, World Cup winners and runners-up, winners of the Nations League, and they enter Euro 2024 with arguably the best squad and the best player in the world. Bellingham, Wirtz, Musiala, Yamal, Šeško have shown up already, but now the gaze turns in the direction of Kylian Mbappe. New club, new responsibility. He is the superstar and the newly anointed general of this French legion, but he has never scored at a European Championship. Austria have been revolutionised under Ralph Rangnick, who is finding Vienna more palatable than Manchester. But will their high-octane style flounder France, or give the World Cup finalists a chance to flourish? He is unflappable. Didier Deschamps has been there, seen it, and done it. He won't be apprehensive, even if after what has been a shocking day at the European Championships, maybe some of the fans are. Here are the national anthems. Germany, Spain, Italy and the Netherlands are all off to winning starts. Find out if France can follow in their footsteps next.
This UEFA Euro 2024 programme is sponsored by Alipay Plus.
Download AliExpress app now and win millions of prizes during UEFA Euro 2024. Score more when you shop with AliExpress.
This UEFA Euro 2024 programme is sponsored by Booking.com.
Well, Dusseldorf is only 3 hours to the French border and is nearly triple that to Salzburg, but there is a healthy contingent from both inside the stadium. Austria have been beset by injuries to key men. David Alaba misses the tournament with a knee issue that's robbed him of most of the season. First picking goal, Alexander Schlager tore his meniscus in April. Patrick Prince gets the nod over Heinz Linder. Baumgartner is in rare form, he'll be a threat on the counter. Ex-United loanee Sabitzer is a key part of the hard-working midfield. Gregoritsch has experience and he's had an upturning goal output. So where do you start with France? Every position has a star. Mike Manuel has taken over from the retired Hugo Lloris. Saliba beats Canate to a place in the back line. They conceded just 3 goals in qualifying. Conte is back. Griezmann is the string puller from deep. And they have a front 3 that, when firing, can destroy the most resolute defences. Well, the belief is it's a wide-open tournament, dripping with talent. But speak to the experts, and it's the French that they fancy. We've already seen 26 goals across 9 fixtures. How he would love one. Austria scored 17 in qualifying, which was pretty good, 2 per game. France scored 29. Monday has seen 1 minor and 1 major shot. France are looking to avoid a seismic one. Former England international Premier League winner Lee Dixon is here, and this has all the ingredients of a cracker, doesn't it? But could Austria's approach play in the French hands?
Well, I'd like to think so. Ralph Rangnick, in his press conference and his words before the game, suggest that they're going to be brave. We know how they play, the very high-octane, big press on the whole team. So if that works, then they could upset the French a little bit. The trouble with that is Dembele, Griezmann and Mbappe and Thuram up front, so let's see how it goes.
Thuram playing on the left of the front 3, and Mbappe leading from the front, right down the middle. Defending is the first job for this French team, and the first touch for Mike Mignon. The perfect end to the Italian season, but there's no doubting his ability. First start of a major tournament in place of Hugo Lloris, who retired at the end of Qatar 2022. Here's Dembele. Verba goes towards him. Griezmann is ever available. Austria win it back very quickly, then give it back. Rabiot finds Conte. Bit of space over on that left-hand side. Speeding onto the byline, but it's Rabiot who's the danger now. Mbappe. He will still pull out towards that left-hand side with Thuram taking the place in the centre. Thuram's used to doing that for his club. Mbappe has won the first free kick of the game.
Yeah, it's a natural position for him to drift into that inside left, a little bit Thierry Henry like. He loves to wander over that side, but that press that
Austria put on the first few minutes. And then one long ball over the top to Dembele just upset all that. They've got to be very, very careful at the back when they're pressing up front. Rabiot and Saliba occupying the defenders at the back edge of the box. Sending towards Saliba, flicked away by Danso. Carlo leaves it to go out for a throw, which Jules Koundé will take it right back. It's where he's played for most of the second half of the season at Barcelona. That was predominantly a centre-half, and I think that's where he would like to play. With the quality of centre-backs in this French squad, I think he'll be staying on that right side if he wants to play on a regular basis. I think you take what you get when you get a French shirt given to you. Play anywhere. Well, until today, the large majority of the games so far have seen the favourites on the front foot, fast and goal-laden. Clean sheets and draws have been at a premium. It's a positive trend that we've seen develop in the Premier League. Although the defenders amongst us might not agree with that. You can quite easily see the trigger as soon as the nearest man to the ball starts that sprint to put the press on. Everybody else goes almost tied together with pieces of rope. Until that first sprint, they're just setting their positions. Thuram and Mbappe just swap positions again. He is a 9 for his club, Marcus Thuram, and scored a lot of goals, 15 goals and 14 assists. A very good first season at Inter. N'Golo Kanté making a rare mistake and then recovering the ball, as is his watch. Doesn't lose many tackles, does he? Seen him for 2 years in a French shirt until he was called up for this squad. Here's Theo Hernandez, bounding forward and drawing a challenge, which is going to generate a free kick again for France. Danso just making sure that Hernandez is okay. How quick was he then? He's a speedster. Hernandez just cuts inside and then sees a space, sprints right into it. And that just commits midfield, gets past them, then one of the centre-backs has to come out. Danso giving a free kick away, and this is maybe a little bit too far out for Griezmann, but he's a wizard on the set pieces for sure. He's already eyeing up Patrick Prince's goal. Bending it towards Saliba, it was a little bit short. Danso got the header away. And Lima trying to escape with it, but bounces kindly for Upamecano, who's challenged strongly by Mbene. It's already riveting, this game. There's loads going on off the ball and little runs, little checks of defenders bumping into forwards. It's just a shame you can't have a big wide camera on all of the pitch all of the time. Now playing in Saudi Arabia. Theo Hernandez, who last year was in Italy. Pepe trying to trick his way down the touchline, is pushed out by Posh. Here is Ralph Rangnick, the most popular man in Manchester after his caretaker spell, but he is definitely flavour of the month in Austria. It's not always easy for a German in Austria. He has transformed the team from a defensive one with a pragmatic approach into a high-pressing, energetic machine. He's also popular because he turned down the chance to replace Thomas Tuchel at Bayern Munich. There was a lot of talk about
England in the second half and how leggy they looked and how tired they looked after a long hard season. But you play the game like this Austrian team, you've got to be super fit, not only to keep it up but also when the second half comes as well, you've got to do the same thing.
This is Berber, who spent this season on loan in Germany from Leeds United. That's a wasted pass. Signed when Jesse Marsh was in charge of Leeds United, having worked under the American in the Red Bull system. Rangnick was a prominent figure. But these players have played in that system, which is why they were so familiar with the way that Rangnick plays. That was late. Now Hernandez gets up and Mbappe goes steaming forward. It's Kylian Mbappe into the side netting, and Prince, I think, got a touch on that to turn it round the post. But that's how rapid France can try to sting you.
Wow, what a break. Again, Hernandez so quick to get on the ball. Looked like a foul, but the ball is allowed to continue. And then Mbappe, look how quick he gets away from any sort of covering defender. Tries to give Pence the eyes with the near post. Maybe, in hindsight, there's the touch there. And the foul from Posh. Well, play on, says the referee.
First corner is a short one. Griezmann delivers it right under Prince's nose. Thuram, who is 6'4", was putting the pressure on. Danso felt the force.
Says on his stats he's 180,
183,
83, but he looks the smallest man around there. The referee looks bigger than him.
Push into Grealish and then Danso. Grealish who's been brought into the side to have a little extra steer. Sabitzer on the chase. Got Saliba and Upamecano. Putting that ball down. That's an example of them winning it back high up, but Ulrich is guilty of a foul.
That's not a bad ball over the top like that early on in the game when France had played such a high line right at the halfway line. Sabitzer it was, just couldn't quite get to the channel it was aimed at. It just gives the defender something to think about.
Conte. Take it. I'm in Germany. Danso.
Do we know what 183 is in feet? Because I'm just giving it that 183. I don't even know how.
It's about 6 foot, I think.
It's small for keeper.
Sabitzer. This is Berber. France have won their opening game of the last 5 major tournaments, but they haven't always flown out of the blocks. I remember Romania in 2016, they only won that game 2-1. Australia and Russia gave them a really tough time in 2018. 1-0 win over Germany in Euro 2020. These are examples of slower but steady starts by France. Reimer. And Werner. Decent looking cross that far post. Posh was coming in, trying to get on the end of it. Hernandez did just enough, and it's in. Mignon's arms.
That's a really good move from Austria. Patient play, switch of play, and then get the ball in the box. Don't put too much eye on it.
Austria couldn't have been handed a tougher opener, but they are not easy to knock off their stride. It's just won their last 16 matches. Conte. Challenged by Tosh, or at least he thought it was. The referee, who is the Spaniard, Jesus Manzano, does not agree.
I'll get back in line with you, Mr. Posh, because the game's continuing.
Turan. Teo Hernandez trying to get to the byline, and he pulls it through the 6-yard box. There's no one there to finish it.
I'll tell you what, you just look at the Austrian defence and they were having a go at the referee, and it just looked like France were going to take it quickly, and they did. Hernandez again in that position, he was so sharp going forward. It's a brilliant ball. It's a tap-in ball.
Well, despite his stellar record, Didier Deschamps isn't universally loved in France. His critics say that his football is a little bit too conservative, but they haven't started that way tonight. Maybe it's because of the way the Austrians have approached it. Pull back home is for him to take the handbrake off and unleash the undoubted talent this squad possesses. His answer is critics. He can put his medals on the table, can't he? Here's Bosch. Roll the defender, does well to find Gregoritsch, and then Grealish trying to spread the play to the left. It was well read by Koundé. Now France trying to speed out. Smith is going to be stopped because the ball was a little bit too ambitious for Griezmann.
Nice little position he found himself just to find the ball again for Austria.
Getting terrific ball as Christoph Baumgartner of Leipzig scored the fastest goal in international football when he backed up for 6 seconds against Slovakia in March. He has scored in each of his last 5 international matches.
It's just interesting watching the French, the opposite of the Austrian press. They're just letting them come out and play a little bit on the halfway line, just trying to drag them out of their areas. So when they do win the ball back, France, they've got that huge amount of grass to go into.
Foul on Kylian Mbappe. Also pleading once again for leniency from the Spanish referee. Good first 15 minutes of the game.
Yeah. Technical, tactical, there's an energy to both sides.
Out by Grealish. Griezmann out to Dembele, who runs at Verba. Verba gets a yellow card for what was not the brightest of tackles.
Dembele is just showing him down the line, and then he takes that space on his inside. As soon as he does that, Verba's got to come out a little bit quicker. It just delays it a little bit. That just gives Dembele that time just to get a touch on it. And now this is big trouble for Austria, because this man on the ball with his left foot has already hit 2 free kicks in on the button.
Well, Griezmann's performances at the World Cup, I think, underscored his abilities and influence on the French team. He is going to be crucial to any French success. Griezmann's delivery evaded Kylian Mbappe, ends up in the arms of Russian Prince.
So nearly, wasn't it? Just a little bit overhit that one. Great angle, though.
It's always turned up for international duty. Antoine Griezmann at one point, he went 7 years without missing a game for France. His durability.
I once went 8 years without playing for him. That count.
All in towards Baumgartner. Dealt with cleared away by Ricardo. Actually lost his place in the Bayern team back in the last season. Yeah, guilty of the foul this time.
Yeah, I think both eyes for the ball. Maybe not. Rabiot just leads into him last minute, realises he's not going to get anything and just goes to protect himself.
Rabiot is one who knows all about exile. It's hard to believe, actually, he once went into self-exile for a couple of years after falling out with Didier Deschamps. She's so often on the manager now. Simon. That's pitched by Rabiot. That's why they use him so often. And he's worked it well out towards this near side of Griezmann. Dembele going on the outside. Ran into traffic. But has generated a corner.
Yeah, he's just saying sorry to Dembele. He knows he should have perhaps just slipped it outside, but terrible ball from Berber. Sold his midfielder short there, and France took advantage of it. Just not enough pace on the ball. Wrong foot he passed it to as well. Just there now, and he just delays it. It's closed down.
Towards the night, near close to the split on by Thuram. Annoyed by the Austrian defence, the speed of Lana to try and chase and hunt down N'Golo Kanté.
Massive issues with this pitch as well, haven't they?
Huge, yeah. Dug it up a couple of times already. You can see if you look at it where parts of it that still haven't properly taken. Is Mbappe. He seems to have taken to it all right though. Zivon. Now a chance maybe to escape for Austria. She's worked it wide. This is Gregoric. To steer it to Baumgartner, who was hoping would dart in behind, but Arsenal's Hispanic defender, William Saliba, read it well.
Rest with him, do you? Even when you think you're in a decent position on the pitch with plenty of time, all of a sudden one of them decides to sprint at you and you've got to make your mind up quickly.
So worry for Ralph Rangnick. Where Grealish is one who has to dictate from deep. Something with a bit of a calf injury. This is the Mbappe break.
Yeah. Just watch him quick now. Gets it out. I know there's no one there, but the speed that it creates early in the sprint, sensationally just tries to hit the goalkeeper the near post eyes. And it's a good hand.
It's good stuff by a goalkeeper who hasn't actually been the number one before for Austria. Alexander is the one who usually occupies the number one position, but he's got a big injury, so it was between Frenz and Heinz Linder as to who would take the gloves for Ralph Rangnick. He's got other concerns at this moment in time though, because Grealish is going over on that far side after receiving treatment.
Big thumbs up from the physio. I think that's the key. He'll be fine.
They caused a few problems when France have been in possession of the ball, but they Haven't tested Mike Mignon yet. Last chance of the game going to Mbappe. French team that have had 47% of the ball up until now. Taking on Dembele. You've got back to block the cross. And it is out for the first Austrian corner of the evening.
Yeah, again, very good start to the game, Bene. Defensively, got his hands full for sure. Dembele, but he's got forward when he's needed to.
Most thoughts behind that goal. Into the corner. Mignon comes out, claims it well. Strong grapple. He's a very good goalkeeper on his day. A few fitness worries towards the end of the campaign, but during qualifying he only conceded 1 in 6 of the matches that he played for France. That was tasty. And Hernandez is leading the charge. But he just hesitated slightly and stumbled, delayed, and ran into Berber. He timed his intervention well. Ball is arriving from Posh. It's caught by Hernandez. It's out for an Austrian throw-in. Well, Austria's form has skyrocketed since Rangnick took the reins. Belgium only finished 1 point above them in qualifying. Austria won 6 of their 8 games, and their only defeat came to Belgium. A draw in Brussels too. It's a front foot approach that the fans have bought into as well. Through to Sabitzer here. French free kick.
Soft free kicks in this tournament so far. A few days we've been in.
It has been so far is a thoroughly entertaining tournament. Grilic seems to have healed his ailments. Still loose on the edge of the box. Saliba stepping in. Conte trying to get it away. Again, it's a red shirt that is a rash all over those white ones whenever they pick up possession.
Well, he does. It gets tight, for sure. As soon as the ball starts to switch, He goes as tight as he can. He just leaves that space behind him, and the Belly's not worked it out yet. He just drops the shoulder and then goes into the hole behind. That's where the ball should be played, not to his feet.
You can see why Austria have been so successful in the last year or so. Move the ball well, play at a high intensity, they're incredibly fit. And it was fascinating reading an interview in one of the French newspapers this week with Gaia Upamecano, who played for Red Bull Salzburg when he was a youngster in Austria. He was talking about what it was like to go and play there as a young player. He said those formative years as a defender, you arrive and all you hear is press, press, press. So you know what to expect tonight. It's on again. Riverich. Might have been a foul by Upamecano. The referee has said no. Austria fans not happy about it. Baumgartner. So there to protect and mop up for France.
No one better at doing that job.
Well, the Austrian fans not happy about this foul after what happened before.
Anything from behind like that, the referee's just going to blow the whistle.
What about that one?
No.
The right for both of those, despite the Austrian injustice, away to our right-hand side, and they are backed up right towards the back of the stand here in Dusseldorf. Dembele, who PSG picked up from Barcelona. Barcelona didn't really want him to leave. It's been a big part of PSG's season. He'll be a match winner, can baffle you. There's always something going on with Ousmane Dembele. Hernandez. Can't really put in on Mbappe. Tell the grandkids about that. Ganso's blocked off Thuram. It's Verba trying to guard it back to his goalkeeper. Thuram has stayed down. The referee is allowing play on, and Verba has put it out.
I think he was one of them accidentally on purpose ones. He just leaned into him. But he just stood his ground. I mean, he doesn't have to get out the way of anybody. Just stand there, it's no obstruction. So sure about the head contact.
He's not happy about it. So was brought back by Rangnick after being ignored for years. Well known in the French league. Playing at Lens. He gets drilled still as his new manager. Start of next season. 30 minutes gone. This is the longest game. Remain 0-0 at Euro 2024 so far.
French got to get, they can avoid the press and just get Griezmann in the game a little bit more, because he's the one that can open up any defence. That magical left foot, just wandering into the 10th position now.
Overhit by Upamecano. Still Dante Hernandez. Well, Euro 2024 highlights are available for you tomorrow on ITV1 and STV 10:45. It features Cristiano Ronaldo and his star-studded Portugal side. They take on Czech Republic and Turkey. Take on Georgia tomorrow, Wednesday, 1 PM ITV1 and STV. It's Croatia looking to bounce back from defeat to Spain against Albania. Baumgartner. Leiber, little deflection, and Mignon had to be alert. Zyvold it was starting that press on Griezmann, just closed him down. He wanted a free kick. Little French number 7, but he wasn't going to get one. Then they were at the 18-yard box before you know it, with numbers. Mbappe feeding Rabiot, they're going for the return. Zyvold into the air, away by Danza, but only as far as Mbappe. Zyvold was very quick to get out to him. But they are going to come away with a victory tonight. France are going to have to work for it. Theo Hernandez. Koundé. Dembele. Trying to get beyond Dembele, who's going to be booked here for a foul. That could change things. Dembele picking a yellow card up. Just going for a little bit quick feet there. Fullback thinks he's going to get his foot on it. Look, there it is. No, it is. It's gone. Full yellow card. This is Enrique called Dembele the most destabilising player in the world. Do things you don't want to. He's got a yellow card as a result. That's both left-sided defenders according to Freeze number. Griezmann. Hold away, back to Dembele. Blocked by Leimer. Chance to escape here for Austria. Baumgartner. Sabitz is speeding forward. Support arriving from Posch. Sabitz is in the centre. Deep one towards Leimer. Hits it into an area, not the right area.
No, he was right. Just misheaded it. Good ball got down to Odegaard, was the one. A really good break. Again, set up by a winning tackle in midfield.
Pressing, constant energy, quick, fast breaks. Every player has a specific role and instructions. That's why they've scored goals against quality opposition. And they were defensively sound in qualifying, a little bit off it last week when their winning streak came to an end against Switzerland. I think their minds started to wander towards this game. The level of effort was going to be required tonight against this star-studded French team. They are competing. Grilic has sent the ball to Gregoric. It's crossed to Sabitzer. It's Baumgartner. It's narrowly and agonisingly wide for Austria. Well, that was a big, big moment.
What a bit of play. Out wide, this ball. It just tricks the defence. They just miss it, and that little touch there. Can he lift it over Mignon? It's a brilliant, brilliant set-up play. And he tries to lift it. Just doesn't quite get his foot underneath it, and he knows what a big chance that is. Sabitzer it was, it just laid it in the path. Baumgartner has missed a massive opportunity for Austria.
Confusion amongst the Austrian fans as to how that wasn't a corner. It was a terrific save by the Milan goalkeeper. Who in Italy is nicknamed Magic Mike. Big save.
The referee did point straight to the goal kick or a free kick, so it was a bit confusing, but when you see the replay, certainly no foul in there.
Another glimpse of what Austria are capable of.
There's no doubt that there's still a massive load of individual brilliance in this French team and can explode at any moment, but they just upset the rhythm. The Austrians, this French machine.
It's out on the near side. Bailey is giving it back to Dembele, blocked by Sabitzer, who's got back there to help. That plays out on this right-hand side, trying to tease his way past it. Bailey does that, it's come off the defender Berber, and it's in, it's an own goal. Mbappe changes it up and forces Austria into an error. And the joint favourites are in front.
Well, that's what they can do to you. We talk about individual brilliance. Dembele has one go. And then eventually it falls to Mbappe. He just gets it later. Watch this little bit of skill. He thinks he's got it. He's not. He's ghosted past you. Berber just gets in front. And Danso, just stay in your position. You don't need to be there. But he just panics and comes to the near post. And then throws his head at it. It's a disaster for the Austrian defence. But that little move there. And Bene thinks he's got it. But he's so quick off the mark.
How fortunes can change. Just 2 minutes, 20 seconds between that Baumgartner effort and Berber sliding the ball off his head into his own net. Austria have to come from behind. His lifetime team took, but I think he'll be aware of the Austrian form to not defeat in the last 12 months, and that was the Belgian. They have scored in every game since 2-0 defeat to France in September 2022. They have goal power.
From Ralph Rangnick's point of view, goals can change games. Should just carry on doing what they're doing because they've had a lot of success. Upset this French team, but they've just been hit by a bit of brilliant dribbling from Bakayne and a bit of unlucky defending. Other than that, the game plan's been spot on.
Berber. Sees that around the channel for Bailey. Looks okay. It's closer to it. Glimpses of him when he was at Leeds United, but they were relegated just 6 months after he arrived, and the whole plan changed. Experienced defender now. Played in Spain, England, Germany and the Netherlands. Bosch, Leimer, through to Leimer in the centre. Saliba cuts across and puts it out for a corner.
And again, good movement off the ball. Showing him space. Head of the ball.
To deliver. Reaches in the centre. Danso tries to get up. Get up here on. He's misdirected it. Sabitzer again. This is Leimer. It's been an immensely watchable first 45 minutes. department dedicated to the cause.
There's only one winner there, wasn't there?
Dembele, Mbappe, Nacho, that can't left it by Conte, Upamecano. They've been a really intelligent run. It's in between Danso and Verba, waiting for Upamecano to deliver it. Didn't quite come his way. Another turnover of possession. Rabiot showing his speed to outpace Baumgartner and tidy up for the French.
Slowing the trigger down a little bit, Austria. So you can't do that the whole game, so first 5 or 10 minutes they go every time and press. Just slowed it down to every other one or so.
Too high. This juncture of the game, but the one who's covered the most ground so far is Sergio Rabiot. This is Danso. Simon. Baumgartner.
Seagull's been absolutely everywhere. Just looked to his pass completion as well. He made 26 passes, 100%. I know he's only playing set-up play, but still. And tackles he's made as well. Done an absolutely brilliant job in that midfield.
Rabiot in those running stats as well at this moment in time. Good day. It's in front of Sabitzer. 1 minute of added time at the end of the first half. Dembele kept it alive despite pressure. And Mbappe is in behind here. Goalkeeper hesitated. Got there at the second attempt. And grabbed it at the third.
But you know what? He gets a little bit lucky. He starts to come and then he drops off. Mbappe doesn't know he's there. Just loses control of it, Mbappe, and then he pounces the goalkeeper pence.
More of the ball the longer the first half has gone on. Grealish squeezes it out that far side. Bosch with delivery into Sabitzer. A slightly different angle on that ball. That's the end of the first 45 minutes. Didier Deschamps looking for his 100th win as the French coach, but thanks to Max Verba's own goal, is well on the way to getting it, but France will know they've been in a game, all right. Expert analysis from Roy Keane, Ian Wright, Gary Neville on the way with Laura Wood.
Tours. One. Two.
Love affairs, banquets, wonderful journeys. And after you've done that for some time, you'd forget that you were dreaming.
Make that holiday feeling even sweeter with the perfect travel insurance for your trip. Compare!
Ladies and gentlemen, our killer is none other than Head and Shoulders. I didn't know you had dandruff. I don't.
You don't have dandruff with Head and Shoulders. Our new formula helps wash away dandruff and oil, and now delivers double the protective ingredient on your scalp.
We don't.
To prevent dandruff coming back. New Head and Shoulders for up to 100% dandruff protection.
This UEFA Euro 2024 programme is sponsored by Booking.com.
That plays out this right-hand side, trying to tease his way past it. Bailey does that, and it's come off with a ball, and it's in, it's an own goal. And Mbappe changes it up and forces Austria into an error, and the joint favourites are in front.
Well, Austria are really in this game, and especially up until that point, loads of pressing, some really impressive play as well. But it's France that get the advantage there. Only one goal in it, Gary. Talk us through that, and then Mbappe's goal in that goal.
I mean, we talked about before the game about you just can't, you don't keep him quiet the whole game, and what he does is absolutely devastating. I'm looking at it from a full-back point of view, and you think he's only got 5 or 6 yards to beat him. When it eventually comes back to him, he's up against the left back, and I think he's probably thinking, I'm okay here. You know, he's only got 5 or 6 yards before the byline. To go past him like that is unbelievable, and then it's a mess in the middle.
What is so wrong about that defending goal?
I just think his sprint just needs to slow down a little bit. Obviously, it's a decent one into the box, but I think that's really poor defending. Everyone will say it's a bit unlucky to pace the ball. He's just got to slow down and get his body position right. When you head at the angle, there's a good chance of going to your own net. So really, really poor defenders.
The defender's not looking at the ball. It's like if a strike, if the ball's coming across, you've got to head it on goal. You've got to look at it. When you look at the chance, what he's not looking at the ball. He doesn't know where it's going to go. It's crazy.
When the ball's being driven across and you know it's going to cross the defender, you have to set yourself. You have to set yourself and make sure if you're on the move and you end up doing all these things and your foot comes up your head.
Just panic because the speed.
Yeah, it's a bit of that. Yeah, that's exactly what he did. He did panic.
Roy, I want to ask you as well. We had a couple of examples of France just being lightning quick on the break, and then just that end product, or the last decision making being all wrong.
Yeah, obviously they've had their moments. Listen, Austria have done very well. They're dogged, but when they get a bit cheaply here in midfield, and obviously with the pace of the French, then they're in trouble. And this is the poor defender. But when it gets to this position, obviously the lads will discuss it. I think he's got to go across the goal with his right foot. I know he likes to go to that near post. He's got bodies in the box. Even if the keeper saves it, he might get the rebound. So for a player, obviously, of his quality, I think he would have gone across the goals.
Yeah. Gary, is there another option as well? Have a look at this one, actually. This is Griezmann a little bit later on.
Look, I mean, yeah, this is the Griezmann one where, just for him, you expect him to find the right pass in the right moment. I think he just rolls it across the Rabiot there. He makes the wrong decision, which he doesn't like it.
Okay, I know that there's a little bit of discussion in the next clip that we have there, because this is Austria's best chance, and what a chance it was as well. Fell to Baumgartner, and you two, I just want to ask, Ian, why don't you lead us on this?
Yeah.
What happened here exactly?
He didn't execute. He's trying to do a little dink, and he's missed the ball. You know, Gary's doing my head, he was simply because like Gary's saying he's kicked the ground, but when you look at it, Gal, when you look at the ground, Gal, he missed it. Look, he's missed the ball, Gal.
He kicked, honestly, slow it down. Can we put it frame by frame, please?
Gary.
His right foot hits the ground, and he actually...
Watch Gal. So he's trying to just dink it, and the ball's to his... What, it's coming to his right. He missed the whole ball.
He kicks the ground there.
Missed the ball. Never even touched the ball.
He kicks the ground.
Oh, it doesn't matter, he's messed it up. You know, obviously they're not going to get many chances. They have got bodies in the box, but these are golden opportunities, and you know what's going to happen afterwards. As soon as you miss a chance like that, you're going to get punished.
Chance.
It was only about 2.5 minutes later that the goal then was conceded.
You just got to take these opportunities. You're not going to get many.
But are you impressed so far with what you've seen from Austria, apart from obviously some sloppy defending?
Well, we know that they're going to press, and they press very well, but if you're going to press and then you're going to miss the opportunities, not getting the ball in, missing opportunities like that, then you've got Mbappe who can do stuff like that. We haven't even seen Dembele really get into it. You have to take those chances to punish them, to let them know that they're going to be in trouble if they make those mistakes.
I like they're well organised, but when the ball does go in there, they are getting bodies in there. They're gambling.
Yeah, well, look, they've got more crosses in the final third, or more passes in the final third, more crosses than France. And there's only one goal in it, so look, so much can happen in the second half. Are France going to hold on to this 1-0 lead, or is it going to be a round of Austria going to get back into it? Before we do get into the second half, how about a chance to win a trip here to the beautiful Berlin and tickets to the final, and also £50,000?
Get your passport ready as we're sending one of you to the UEFA Euro 2024 final with £50,000. Courtesy of Shaw, Dubman and Link, Stuart Free French to spread the weekend in Berlin and watch the finalists on Sunday the 14th of July. And let's not forget that £50,000. To enter, simply text GOLD to 80900 to get one entry for £2 plus your standard network rate message, or text FINE to 80900 to get 5 entries for £5 plus your standard network rate message. Go to the website, entries cost £2, or post your name and number to CUP01, PO Box 7558, Derby DE1 0NQ. Entrants must be 18 or over. Paid entries close 10 AM Thursday the 27th of June. Entrants must be contactable on the 2nd of July and for 2 working days after. Good luck.
This UEFA Euro 2024 programme is sponsored by Alipay Plus.
Right, let's go to the Wi-Fi's going off.
EE Wi-Fi controls lets you pause the Wi-Fi on your kids' devices, helping them to switch off and drift off. This is new EE.
See,
we're open.
Let's fire have telly.
Enjoy.
Fire Wagyu.
Just bear with us one more second.
Refire! I'm getting drilled out there.
This is a dysfunctional picture.
Show me functional.
FX is the bear. New season streaming soon, exclusively on Disney Plus from $4.99 a month.
The Sun's Euros lineup. Harry should have been England manager Redknapp. Get in, Jack. The maestro Wilshere.
Total football.
Gordon, no nonsense. Tracker. Top midfield. Jurgen, the winner Klinsmann.
It's coming home.
Now that is a lineup. Goals, Klose and giants of the game. Only on the Sun.
Starbucks chilled coffee. Lift up the everyday. From match day to every day, as the official partner of UEFA Euro 2024, at Lidl, we're on your team.
Wax and crime on it.
Alright, that's a lot gear around that. All defined. What's this? Foster's Proper Shandy, the amber nectar with lemony deliciousness.
You're a little regular, Daniel.
Nothing better than a proper Aussie combo.
Like a kangaroo.
Basically a rabbit mixed with a deer. Or a mullet. City out front, out back. Or jorts, the ruggedness of denim, with a ventilation of budgie smugglers. I'll see your point.
New Foster's Proper Shandy. A proper Aussie combo. Good call.
Right. Santander's Edge current account gives cashback to reward customers.
Do they also reward treachery?
This contains the names of people who have their salary paid into
Our rival's current account.
Nicholas.
They give me cash back from my big supermarket shop.
Cat.
I get access to an exclusive interest rate on my savings account.
Who's next? You!
I can't explain.
Why?
Finding your edge with the Santander Edge current account.
You eat food?
Do I eat food? Yeah, I eat food.
Do you go places?
Yeah, I go places. You go places?
And that's when I knew I was going to be best friends with Robert De Niro. I showed him Legal One, and it was membership for easy food and going. Very cute. Legal One, a membership for people who eat food and go places.
This UEFA Euro 2024 program is sponsored by Booking.com.
Well, Austria find themselves in a position where they are 1-0 down, but they could have been 1-0 up. This chance here from Baumgartner, which is still causing a lot of debate here in the studio. The fans couldn't believe it watching on as well as us in the studio here. Wow, look at that. Are they going to get another chance just like that in the second half? Well, they missed it. Is that their luck gone? Well, so far, France still in the lead. Didier Deschamps walking his team back out for the second half. Let's get you over to your commentary team. Lead it to Sam Aspect.
Thanks, Laurie. Yeah, we were watching that goal from France over and over again during the half-time break. And it's that change of pace from Mbappe, which is devastating. He has been in rare form since making his debut, really, March 2017. As an 18-year-old, Mbappe has scored more goals and delivered more assists than any other French player. He has delivered another assist tonight for France and Didier Deschamps. Never lost a World Cup or European Championship match on German soil. The England, what do they have to do to ensure that that fate doesn't befall them tonight?
So they've got to be aware a little bit of that press because, not by surprise, but it was just so intense. Just looking down on the bench for the Austrians, I think they're using quite a few of them in the second half based on the intensity that they play at. And they keep that up. As I said before, when it was wasn't working for the French, they can just undo you with a little bit of brilliance. Exactly what we saw with Mbappe, turn of pace.
Since the start of the qualifying period in March of 2023, Austria have scored 19 of their last 31 goals in the second half of the matches. Bearing in mind the way they play the game, it's quite impressive really, because they expect so much energy. Pressure on Mignon. Gregory shoulder to Upamecano. Griezmann over on the far side, who stood up the pitch and then collided. The advertising board. Sure, Verba played in that, it's just back the shoulder there, and he's obviously on a yellow card, so a little bit checking he's okay. He's every right to sort of lean into it, and he's still on the pitch at the time, it's not full-blown push, but he's got a nice split on the top of his head, he must have hit that ball quite hard. He's not happy. Their shot. Physio's medical staff and take it up to the end touchline. Again, Mbappe, the captain, only the one who's about to talk to the referee officially. Just protecting the ball, he just leans into it, gives him a little shove. It's the ouch. Where he hits his head on it halfway up that ball, that will hurt, I tell you. Trying to tidy that up as he comes off the pitch here. There are no concussion substitutes. The European Championship decided not to use them. The consequence of the push is not a reason to punish Verba. It's just where the position was on the pitch that forced him off it. He didn't actually lead into it and push him into the advertising board. to for Verma. 10 players at the moment, France. Now Gardner. Shots from Posh. It's always rising, it didn't trouble the French goalkeeper.
It never looked like he got his body position right at all. Good touch.
Maybe the better player. Conte. He's on the ball again here in N'Golo Conte. Thuram, Mbappe, space for Taylor Hernandez, queuing up in the middle. Simon is there.
Griezmann's hats come off as well.
That's great.
Didn't last long, that was probably nothing to stick it to.
Styles over the years.
Scored no goal, just concentration. He's kicked a couple out of play, miscontrolled a couple.
So far, talent has got a foot wrong. Remarkably, back to the international break in March. Subject to many questions of Didier Deschamps as to why he had very few involvements in the team up until that point. He said, Didier Deschamps, you heard at the beginning of the programme, and Laura and the boys in the studio, there are some things he does that I don't like.
I don't know whether it's, I don't know, picking his clothes and his shirts or ties or whatever, but certainly not football. I don't know. It's fascinating to sit down with Deschamps, ask him what he means by that. I don't see any weaknesses in him at all.
A different perception, I think, in the Premier League than there is in French football. William Saliba.
I spoke to Martin Petit before the game. He was in the press lounge and I was saying about Saliba and how great it is that he's playing, and Petit said it's probably not that keen on it.
It's not bad, certainly not. Gets out to Nelson. Arrest by Rabiot. Worried about where he was going to go. Push couldn't keep it in. The company.
The first match you see is the best one. 3 or 4 opportunities to get rid of it then. Really play himself into trouble.
Decent cross, goes through the liner. One of the defender that couldn't connect with the ball. Bosch thought he should have had a free kick, but France are now on the escape, and there's spacing behind for Thuram to chase into. The goalkeeper came and then decided to go backwards. Mbappe. She's back on his feet, tossing back into position. Very little opportunity now, the ball over the top. But Thuram just lifted over the goalkeeper, come an awful long way out. Mbappe. Too happy for Dembele, so he looks to feed it out to Koundé. Belgium 3-0 down. Dominic Tedesco's team staged a remarkable comeback. Little period equalising. Yeah, they went down 10 men Belgium during that game, but they went kind of a ride late on. There's Baumgartner. Forced into an early ball because of the pressure from Thuram. Mbappe almost escaping, still might be, you know. He's outpaced further, he's one-on-one with the goalkeeper. He's missed the target. And the wait for a first goal at the European Championships goes on. And even he's shocked. Well, that must be the only reason he missed that. The thought of scoring his first goal, because the pace there, straight away we knew commentaries away, and again, he just can't stay with it. And he does everything, he has a little set-up touch, and then just goes that far corner, there it is. Whether it hits one of the bubbles, I don't know. Give him the benefit of the doubt, it's probably hits the target, and he knows it. I'm going to smile. Dembele thinks he was nudged to the floor by Dembele on that far side. It's going to be a yellow card. It's the first French yellow card we've had. Which will be sent in by Marcel Sabitzer. He's driven towards that near post, kept it away, and out for a corner. Good idea. Body's in the way, but had it all their own way all night. Great individuals, probably greater individuals, but sure have tested them. So again now, it's the second successive corner. Courage finds further, always very deep. It's going to miss everybody. Fabio showing his experience this season out. Collided just after running, taken over from Austria. Mbappe, almost saved their play for the last 7 minutes of that game. pitch, who is Patrick Bimmer, eventually. And he is not good. When it's when he loves to turn defenders inside out, he's used mainly as a Southern Bundesliga by Wolfsburg. Described in the Austrian papers last week as a phenomenon on and off the pitch. One man down.
3. ITV1. UEFA Europe.
It's flicking through. Here it's Baumgartner and the French come again. That's delicious.
Volume 15.
He was a toe away from making it 2-0. Here's Jules Koundé. Didn't grab it with the venom required. Two big chances. And now the Austrian advance. Marshall, Paitao, Hernandez, and Marshall Boy. Just so delicate. Outside the foot, just the right amount of pace on it. Hernandez. Inches away. Fly out to the far side. Dembele. Monte joining. With room to run into. Slides into Thuram. It's a good save by Pence. They're coming again. And the cross into the box should be easily dealt with by Dancer. Rabiot keeps the move going. Baumgartner's got the better of Koundé. Savitzer lurking on the edge of the box, but Koundé's recovered well. Still danger for France. With 20 minutes to go. Change will be Adrien Rabiot, and after replaced by Madrid's everywhere. Across the ground. Absolutely like another decent looking delivery. Very close to Mike Munoz. Crossbar. That was nearly launched when he first hit it. Back, and you see where it ends up. You know, trying to play. Wasn't far off, to be fair. But he's trying to cross that, he's trying to score, and there's all sorts going on in the middle of it. Griezmann. Hello, Moani. Inside right channel, trying to get the better of Danso. That's not well. Did well. Long kick. Inside box. Moani. Before that, yeah. Actually, absolutely spot on. Too much of a foul. Still time on now forward. Danso lived in England for a while. He started at Reading, then went on to MK Dons before going on to play pro football in Germany with Augsburg. Goalkeeper comes, the two collide. It was 50-50. Mignon is going to get the free kick, and he's going to need some attention as well. They're both fine. Baumgartner's got to go for this. But they did flash, and it is a foul. You can't pull out here. Just watch out if he makes the ground up. The goalkeeper is in, get there at the same time. The referee giving the benefit to the goalkeeper. You'll see it here. Right to go for that. In fact, he gets there first. It's foul the other way. And that is just a consequence. Yeah, as well. Let's see Christina clarify what the referee might be thinking of doing here.
Yellow card for the attack the purpose of this. While both are sliding for the ball and do understand the opportunity to get to the ball, ultimately the keeper's entitled with the stance to go to that, and by slide tackling into that and raising it closer to a reckless play, which is what occurred here. Yellow card with the direct free kicks for the
And what's the yellow card? So there might be some that disagree with it in terms of the consequence of the challenge, but it's in the law, that is exactly as expected. The guy that doesn't go get both sides, that is, he's got his hands at the keeper, he's allowed to use his hands. The player's allowed to use his feet. He's both slide together. The player gets the foot on the ball first, and then they both clash. So why should that be a foul on the bench and the goalkeeper? Opportunities just with 4 attempts, 1 on target so far.
Stokes from Griezmann. Good hand, good save. Playing with pace, and he's going to do that on that. Griezmann will be coming off, but he hasn't hit the pitch yet. He's still very much on it. It's down to 10 players to the result at this moment in time. Led by N'Golo Kanté. They wait to bring the substitutes on. Why did the referee not allow that to change? Diego Deschamps comes running out in his technical area and barks in the face of the fourth official. Mbappe has come back on. He's now gone down so they stop the game. And the referee is going to book him and give him a yellow card. But this has come about because the referee, when the fallen out player on the far side, did not allow the subs. And really and truly, he should have done. Absolutely. Mbappe's tried to take it on and force him into it. The shot might get a yellow as well here. It was furious. The communication between the fourth official and the referee, obviously, there's a bit of breakdown there, but he should have, as soon as the ball goes out of play, he knows his substitutions. He should know his substitutions, Stevie. Absolutely. And he can also see 3 or 4 subs on the sideline. Mbappe just thought, you know what, I'm going to go on and stop the game. He's got a yellow card for it. He's got a head injury, he's broken his nose pretty clearly. And he's gone on to do that because the fact that they were down to 10 players at that moment in time. In the midst of all of this, Antoine Griezmann is being replaced by Youssouf Fofana on this near side. He had 3 goals in 4 caps just before the last 2 warm-up games. Doesn't possess a goal threat. And on has already come Olivier Giroud. In his last international tournament, the oldest player to play for France at the European Championships. Overtaking the dad of his strike partners, Lilian Thuram. Thuram is still on the field of play. 9 minutes of added time. Another chance for Austria now too. They're all at it now. The linesman's put his sticking them up to the referee. Make sure he doesn't miss another one. Lima has come off. On comes Schmid. Schmid of Werder Bremen.
Throw goes in towards Chimbimmer, who got something on it. There was a collision there, a head collision. The game has been stopped again. The fourth official is being barracked by some of the coaching staff of Austria now. They've gone down the touchline. Ronaldo, Wimmer, isn't out to see. Some of those collisions in a challenge. It's been an intense game. Intriguing match. A bit tense, you know, isn't it? It's a bit chaotic. Don't know what is at stake. In a group, heavyweights like the Dutch, the Polish, any step up can be fatal. Up high, Bosch and Baumgartner has sent the ball into Schmid. He didn't have the poise to find Wimmer with the pass. Wimmer's put pressure on Theo Hernandez. Giroud trying to get the ball from Danzo. He ran across Danzo. And Danzo gets a yellow card. Danzo just really pleased. Wasn't the back way. Because there's no way Giroud was getting away from him. Just runs across the back of his heels. Around with the yellow card. Yellow card since the 79th minute, 5 of them. Saliba. Theo Hernandez. Line out over on that far side by Lafana. He's giving it away, a chance maybe to escape. Ball giving away a free kick. Minutes are ticking away. It's the 95th, and the French have done even to believe that they're going to get their 3 points. A 1-0 victory seems to be in the offing. They've been pushed. Koundé. In towards Giroud. Thuram was lurking. Giroud keeping it alive. Thuram has got it again, trying to set it to get a shot away. Broken kindly for Arnautovic. And now Wimmer. Wants to play the ball early. It's kept alive by Sabitzer. Baumgartner. Zybol. Immediate block from Conte. Who else? 2 years ago, he was plagued with injury, Conte. Not anymore. Was there a handball as that ball came in? Well, there's 3 or 4 of them asking for it, but quite a lot of them have turned their back on it and running back. So, voice is wrong, so it's but the Austrian fans behind the goal weren't happy. They started tossing objects onto to our right-hand side. Discussed some of the decisions they think have gone against them. This will be only the second defeat that Austria have suffered in 12 months. think Ralph Rangnick will look at this game and see enough. Absolutely. So much good play from them. The system really upset the French. Ultimately, the quality of the French is won them the game a little bit. Lucky with the goal, but the set-up play from Dembele. They haven't created an awful lot, the French, you have to say. Perceived in France.
Wine speeding away, getting to the byline, setting out for Olivier Giroud. Oh, he's there, kicked it. France's record goal scorer had the chance to get another and seal the deal for Didier Deschamps. That's a big fluffing of lines to even the most experienced. And how costly could it be? Schmidt, now Posh. Arnautovic wants it in the centre. Clean away again. Brilliantly by Fofana.
Just got to lift that into the middle of the penalty area and let them all fight for it. Trying to kick somebody out too tight.
Mima releases Posh. Arnautovic is waiting in the centre. It's over him. Arriving at the far post. And it was headed down by Pras. And through a crowd of players took a nick. And it is a corner.
Listen, this crowd now. One end is quiet.
Look at David Alaba on the sidelines, acting as cheerleader.
That could have gone anywhere. Saliba almost pulled his leg away then. That's Jan Salou.
Vimmer's delivery. Away by Mignon, who takes no chances. Back in it goes. Away by Camavinga. French having to defend now. And they do have an outball and a chance to canter forward. Thuram steaming over the halfway line. Conte's on the far side. Thuram gets into the box. Slows up, holds up. And takes the ball away and keeps it away from any danger. And the seconds tick away. Thuram combining with Conte. Zaibol wins it back. No, they've got to get it up the pitch and do so quickly. The seconds ticking away. What a great end to the match. It's been a great 99 minutes. Now, just the wrong moment from Baumgartner.
It's just the wrong ball. You don't go wide in that position. Just lift your head up, stick it over the top. And this doesn't just flick off some yet. I thought it did. And that's the pitch. Just watch him sit up there. You might say he shouldn't be getting his knee over it, making sure that doesn't happen. Whistle's gone, has it?
Everybody is out on their feet. Didier Deschamps celebrates a victory. Ralph Rangnick knows that his team gave a cracking account of themselves. But it's a Blue Monday. French takes victory. Disappointment after Maximilian Werner's own goal in the first half. And despite intense pressure, N'Golo Conte in particular prevented Austria from getting a threatened equaliser. The telling moment coming when Mbappe's change of pace forced Austria into an error. It means that the domination of the more established teams continues. France going to the game with the Netherlands with the wind in their sails. A humbling victory for Didier Deschamps comes up, but they had to work hard. It's finished Austria 0. France 1. This UEFA Euro 2024 programme is sponsored by Alipay Plus.